Thank you.
I'm on board for your convenience.
You're welcome, sir. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, misfits, miscreants, the unforgiven, Star Citizen enthusiasts. How is everybody on this fine Sunday evening? I hope you've all had a wonderful weekend. The craziness of 4.1 today has been super, entertaining to say the least. Global chat has been an interesting an interesting place. Oh boy, free flies, hey, free flies. The game doesn't work, ladies and gentlemen. The game doesn't work. Oh boy. Meanwhile, we're off on an adventure. Yeah, this looks good to me. A little bit of rock mining tonight. Something super chill. I have, over the last couple of days or so, started rebuilding my fleet. Picking up bits and pieces. I would like to try for a Kraken on Drake Day. I believe that's the 25th. We'll see. I will probably be in the UK at that stage for my mother's funeral. And I may, if I can get access to a computer, and depending on what's going on at that specific time, I might try and have a crack to see if I can pick up a Kraken. I've watched a fair bit of Idris gameplay now, and whilst it's an amazing ship, I think for me and what I want in a large capital ship, the Kraken fits way, way better. Before we get into things on a serious level, ladies and gentlemen, before we start breaking nodes and collecting gems, there is an important part of the stream that happens every time we're here at Crouch After Dark. I am, of course, Crouch, and it is, of course, After Dark. It is part of the ritual of the beginning of every stream. And I know it's a part of the stream that everybody looks forward to the most. It is, ladies and gentlemen, the good old Tim Tam Slam. Oh boy, can we just have a black screen? Slash, my friend, how are you? Dogs13, Campaign Terrain, Rhino, Motherfig, how is everybody? I hope you're all keeping well. Of course, we must. It is the burning question. What is a Tim Tam? I mean, come on. This is important information. It is 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in the middle, then it's all wrapped up in chocolate. And we are. I know it's unbelievable, even though we do this every stream, it still blows my mind, and I'm sure it's blowing yours as well. We're going to use this biscuit treat like a straw. It's almost as if this should have been part of Harry Potter, because it is magic, ladies and gentlemen. How is it magic? Well, through the laws of science, I suppose. We're going to use a vacuum by biting off the opposite corners of this biscuit. It's going to expose the inside of the biscuit, and the rest of the chocolate's going to act like the outside of our straw. And by sucking through our Tim Tam, by dunking the bottom of the Tim Tam in a hot beverage, it's going to melt this Tim Tam. It's going to melt the biscuit inside. It's going to melt the chocolate. It's going to turn it into a delicious gooey mess. We're going to shove it in our cake hole. It's going to be entirely delicious. Thank you, Motherfig. I appreciate that, mate. I love you too, Slash. A little bit of rock mining tonight. Something super chill.
Let's do this thing.
Let's go. Ah, Slurpy, Slurpy. While all the free flyers lose their mind about how crap the game is and nothing works, we all obviously know that Star Citizen is a beast that needs to be tamed. And once you know how things work, not how you expect them to work or how they should work, but once you know how they actually work, we can get on with playing the game. Oh boy. We are obviously on our way down to HDMS Han. What is this Tim Tam of which you speak? What is a biscuit? And straw. What is chocolate, my lord? We are in a Cuddy Red. Now, I don't know if a rock can actually fit in a Cuddy Red. We're gonna find out. I got a feeling it's not going to fit in the Cutlass Red. And if it doesn't, well then we shall make a quick detour. Oh god, we're going very quick. We shall make a quick detour to another location to find ourselves a vehicle capable of allowing us to do a little bit of rock mining. Where are the vehicle bays? There they go. I'm going to chill out tonight a little bit. It's been a long time since I've done any rock mining. The coffers are low. We need some cash buck dollary doos to replace all the weapons. You know, I'd outfitted a whole bunch of my vehicles with new weaponry just before the Great Melting of 2025. And then obviously, subsequent to the Great Melting, all of those vehicles that were equipped with those expensive weapons no longer exist, and thus, therefore, the weapons no longer exist. 3 minutes in, slams into the surface, going pretty fast for a chill stream. No slammage. It can, it just fits, says Rhino. Skeet says it can fit in there. Alright.
Welcome.
We'll grab ourselves a rock.
Retrieval system.
We may at some point retrieve ourselves a vehicle that is more capable. I rented the Grey Cat MTC or whatever it's called. MTV. Is it the MTV? The MTC? Haven't used it once yet. It's a bit disappointing. It's a lovely little vehicle. Well, not that I've used it, but you know, I like its concept. I like its look. I like its functionality in terms of what it has available on the inside. It's just a little bit too big. You know, for the vehicles that you would expect that new vehicle to be paired with, i.e. it's a baby Ursa, right? You would expect it to fit into vehicles that an Ursa can't fit into. Like, you'd expect it to be this rock size, right? Rock width. So that it can fit into things like a Cutlass or a C1 or a Zeus. But the MTC, same width as a Ursa. And thus, therefore, it can't fit in the ships that you'd expect a baby Ursa to pair with. The C1, the freaking Cutlass, the Zeus, etc. So it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me then. You know, from that perspective, why? You know, why? Why release another Ursa? It's just a bit smaller than an Ursa that can't actually fit into any vehicles. Like, if you could fit that MTC in this Cutlass Red or a Cutlass Black, what is going on? What is going on right now? Okay, this is an interesting situation. Do I need to drive it forwards? I think we need to drive in forwards. You're ready to fit a rock but no box? Well, the boxes we can put on the inside. The boxes we can pull through the door and fit next to the medical beds. What the hell's going on, man? This situation is not ideal. Emily, how are you? Nice and snug. There we go. Look at that. So the boxes we can fit in here. Plenty of room to put, because they've got a nice big door, right? You can pull the boxes through here. Okay, this isn't ideal. This, ladies and gentlemen, is not ideal. What we might do is we might go fill the rock up. We'll have a quick blast around Magda. We'll fill the rock up. And then I think we might see if we can retrieve a ship that is more suitable to the task. Is there only one door? Have they learned nothing from minivans? Yeah, on the Cutlass Red there's only one door. It doesn't have the side hatches. At least I don't think it does. Like the Cutlass Black does. You're pretty good, Emily. You've stopped coughing up both lungs and only coughing up one now. Oh dear, that doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound pleasant at all. You are a little unwell at the moment, are you? How's everyone's Invictus going? Anyone picked up anything from RSI? Anyone picked anything up from MISC or Consolidated Outland? I've made a couple of purchases so far. Mostly things just to add to my buybacks while I wait for the finale of Invictus. I'll need to make sure that I update my laptop and take my laptop with me to the UK. Well, actually, that's not necessary. Not necessary. I can always just access the... I don't need my laptop, I suppose. I don't need to access the game while I'm away. I just need to be able to access the website to try for that Kraken and to pick things up during the last day of Invictus. But I picked up a Polaris. And like I said, I'm going to try for a Kraken on Drake Day, and the loaner for the Kraken right now is the Polaris. So I've picked one up just to just in case I don't get a chance to get the Kraken. Then at least I have the Polaris added to my collection. I picked up the Perseus to throw into my buybacks. And I picked up a Apollo Medivac. The RSI Apollo Medivac, which will go into the buybacks as well. This will do. Bit of Glacocyte, why not? Something to start our evening with. We are not too fussed what we mine tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We are, after all, an equal opportunity gemologist. So I picked up those three ships, the Polaris, the Perseus, and the Apollo Medivac. The loaner for the Perseus at the moment is also the Polaris. So if I don't get the Kraken, then I'll probably melt the Polaris at this stage, because the Polaris obviously being more cash buck dollary dues than the Perseus. I get a Polaris as a loaner for the Perseus, so I might as well melt the Polaris and get that store credit. Get more store credit than I would if I'd melted the Perseus. And there's not too much else that interests me up until sort of Drake Day, which is towards the very end. I think, after 4.1.1 went live, I upgraded one of my rocks to a helix, but I don't know which one it was. We're just going to wait for the gems now. There's a fair bit of server delay happening on pretty much everything I've noticed. Alrighty. We're off to a fantastic start here, ladies and gentlemen. The gems are flowing. Yeah, the server that I was on earlier today was, you know, things were working. It's just that there was a huge amount of server delay. ASOPs really weren't working properly, but if you tried to retrieve a ship from your hangar and was patient, things were sort of working. I don't know what the server FPS was, but I did a couple of UGFs and the AI were fairly glitchy. There were no hit markers or kill markers or anything. The Polaris is cheap now. As more and more of these capital ships come into the game, yes, it's gonna seem like these $1,000 ships are cheap. It's totally crazy. But I've realized now, by letting go of my attachment to the fleet and just melting everything, that I can just use some of that store credit to buy something and then melt it and put that in my buyback. So if there's a concept that comes up during, you know, the rest of Invictus and, you know, I'm keen on that concept, I can just grab it and then melt that concept, and that locks in that price. You know, the Polaris, it went from 600 to 950 after it was released. So, I mean, the Perseus they've priced at 650, so I don't know if that'll go up a great deal, maybe to 750 when it's released. But there was a massive, massive jump on the Polaris. So right now, for example, the Endeavour, the Misk Endeavour, is only 350. Only 350. Though when that comes out, I'm sure it's going to be significantly more expensive. You know, United Empire. What does it say? United Empire of Earth Navy. Yeah, that's what you do as well. Yeah, well, it makes sense, you know. It makes sense. Are we going to get some gems at some stage? What's happening? What's happening? Maybe we should go to Pyro. We should get out of Stanton, yeah? This is where everybody is. We should 100% get out of Stanton. Alright, I think that's what we need to do. I think we need to get ourselves a vehicle more suited to the rock mining. And then we'll head over to Pyro, where there's less people. Oh, you know, I don't have a Zeus anymore. Oh, dear Lord. You can only fly one capital ship. This is true. This is very true. But then you could land that capital ship. Oh, I docked my Polaris for the first time last night up at Everest Harbour. That was an enjoyable experience. I was so glad that the auto docking was working. Like, once you get close and you line things up, then you can just hold N, and then it docks the ship for you. Alright. Let's go. We'll head on back to Lorville. grow ourselves a ship, some boxes, a rock. Let's be honest, you can't even fly one capital ship by yourself. Does the Polaris have it? Does anyone know who's currently joining me this evening? Thank you. If the Polaris has any pilot-controlled weapons? I don't think it does, because when I was in it last night for a quick jaunt around, it didn't seem that the pilot had any weapons. Missiles only, says Rhino and Dogs. Big hole in the docking arm sign says Crouch was here. It was so funny. You know, after I retrieved the ship, it took a little bit of time to, you know, for it to retrieve. There was a bit of delay and whatnot. Anyway, it was up there at docking port 1. And I went out to the docking port, went aboard the ship, and I was messing around doing different bits and pieces aboard the ship, just exploring and trying to, you know, navigate my way around and learn the ship. And then it despawned, right? Obviously, it only has a certain amount of time that it's allowed to be at the docking port before it despawned. And so I was floating in space. And I was like, ah, crap, you know, here we go. And I was like, ah, bugger it, you know, it's late. This was very early this morning. I'll just go to bed. And so I thought, I wonder if I can get back in through the docking port, because I was quite close to it. So I EVA'd to the docking port, and, you know, it had retracted. And so there was no option for me to, you know, get back inside the station through the docking port arm. And then I was like, oh, you know, I'll log off. And then all of a sudden I heard all this noise going on and the docking arm started to move. And I was like, either someone's retrieving a ship or someone's about to dock. And so the arm extended out and I went out to the edge of the docking collar, had a look out, and I could see another Polaris coming into dock. And then I had you know, I was briefly thinking, as it came in and docked and the collars connected, the doors opened, I was like, I could quickly run on board this guy's Polaris and go and hide somewhere. And then I noticed it had an internal door that was closed that I probably wouldn't be able to open. And then I thought, stuff it, I really just want to get back inside the station so I can get my own Polaris and keep adventuring around. And then the docking collar doors opened, giving me access to the station, and I ran inside. And I was like, yes, that worked so well. A little bit of patience was all that was required. Oh, we need to get ourselves into nav mode, don't we? Can shoot me, says you have auto... Is that cruise controls on? You have auto turrets on the top. Use them to kill in PvE. Okay. The PDCs won't shoot anything from a Corsair size and up. So they're just there to defend against small little bits and pieces, hey? Light fighters, torpedoes, missiles, that sort of stuff, hey? We could probably take out the Starlancer Max. I don't know why I still have access to both the Starlancer Max and the Starlancer Attack. It's a bit of a mystery. But whilst I've got it, we might as well use it, hey? Doing the PvE missions, they can't really take down the shields. It's a big ship. It's a big boat. Yeah, for me, the Kraken, in terms of capital ships, you know, I was originally thinking, you know, let's get an Idris, right? You know, everyone's getting the Idrises, and you know, having missed out on that, when I was thinking about it, I was like, well, actually, you know, what I'm really looking for is like a mobile base. And whilst the Idris can do that, and it, you know, has a huge hangar, and apparently you can fit a Zeus and stuff inside it, you know, the Kraken to me being a, you know, a mobile hangar essentially, like a you know, what's it called, an aircraft carrier, would just feel so much better. Plus, I like Drake so much, and the Kraken, hopefully when it is released, it looks somewhat similar to its concept. That the Kraken suits me much better in terms of having a mobile little base, so to speak. Use the tack, Motherfig. You want to know if it's good for rock mining? Well, I don't see why it wouldn't be. Contact landing services.
Contact submitted. Stand by for confirmation.
I mean, it is essentially the same as the Max. It just doesn't have the, you know, the cargo pods, so to speak. But yes, we'll take the tack out, why not? Your Kraken private is a pirate's outpost. Yeah, that's what I want, Navy, is a little outpost. Ah, crappy. And whilst the Idris would have done that well, I think the Kraken will do it better for me. Yep. Just get vomited out. Perfect. Yeah, that's maybe not a good idea. Oh, they've changed it now in 4.1.1. You can now, as we could before, retrieve multiple vehicles in our hangar, which is a good thing. Oh dear Lord. Vomit comes out the other end. That was something else. Got to spend some time redecorating my hangar.
Welcome to the ROC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Alright, let's store the cutlass thread.
Has been moved to our storage facility.
Right, so we've got the Harbinger and a second Polaris. They are the loaners for the Perseus. Got the F7CM Super Hornet. That's the loaner for the Apollo Medivac. I think you get the Cutlass Thread and the F7C Super Hornet. Or maybe the F7C Super Hornet is the loaner for the Polaris. Alright, let's get this tack out, hey? I don't know what the 600i is the loaner for. I can't quite remember. Let's get... Oh, it's over at Area 18, is it? Okay, that's alright.
Your insurance claim has been set.
What's the price on the tack? Is it 325 or something like that? Let's have a bit of a look, hey? Currently unavailable. $330. So 300 US dollars. That is including a 10% GST charge for me. I've already have an Odyssey in my buybacks. The big freight ships, yeah, I'm not crazy on the big freight ships, but again, I guess, you know, from the perspective of just chucking them into my buybacks, if they do become available during the sale, I might as well grab them to at least lock in that price. So if I ever do want it. Yeah, so a CCU from a Star Lancer wouldn't be too much. No, yeah, exactly. I have the Expanse in my buybacks, the Endeavour. So this is the Endeavour that I was talking about, 350 for the base, right? They do have, and we'll probably see them pop up. Oh, actually, maybe... Let's have a quick look. I have seen sometimes... Let me just have a look. There is a full pack that you can get. That I've seen sometimes here. In the chairman's store. Aegis complete packs, RSI complete pack, escort companies, convoy packs. No, sometimes every now and then I've seen here they have like an Endeavour full pack that includes the Endeavour and then all of its modules, you know, the hospital and the science wing and all, you know, all that sort of stuff. But it doesn't seem to be there at the moment.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Vicious 85 Beans, how you going? I'm going very well, mate. How are you? I hope you are well. Thanks for joining us on Twitch. New name, haven't seen you before. Welcome. My name is Crouch. United Empire, you have a Hull E and a Pioneer buyback. Yeah, I was thinking about grabbing the Pioneer, but now that it's already gone up in price, I doubt it's going to go up again when it's actually released. Well, you know, it may. It went up after they, you know, announced base building and all that sort of stuff. So it may go up again at the point it's released. JP, how are you? Joining us on YouTube. And the Endeavour is going to be the last ship CIG will make because as I said, it's going to be the biggest ship in game by far. If your ship is retrieved to a different hangar, how do you get your ROC to it? And that's a very good question. I think at that point you're probably better off spawning your ROC at like an outpost. Oh well, yeah, we're waiting on this to be claimed, aren't we? That's right.
Has been sent. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Okay, let's get this tack out.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Vicious said Vicious had an inconvenient commercial timing. Unfortunate. How are you, my friend? Thank you for joining us on Twitch. Like I said, new name, haven't seen you before. Welcome. I'm doing very well, thanks, mate. We're chilling out tonight in all the craziness of the free fly and the hordes of Idrii roaming around, all the new missions.
Please visit us again.
I thought, look, I'm going to spend a little time just chilling out tonight.
the subscription. Welcome to the Orthodox Slam Squad United Empire Robot Navy. Enjoy the content.
Motherfig.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to United Empire Robot Navy. They have given 16 gift subs in the channel.
16. 16 gift subs, Motherfig. Legendary. Legendary. Thank you so much. United Empire, welcome to the Crouch Potatoes. Let's grab ourselves a max lift. Yeah, so we're just going to chill out tonight, do a little bit of rock mining, naff about for a little bit, and just chill out. You know, it's crazy in Star Citizen right now, what with all the controversy going on, you know, around flight blades and, you know, the free fly. Just, I don't know. No, just how about we just chill out, Mr. Rock? Is this going to be happening all night? Let's see what happens. A convenient commercial timing would be right at the Tim Tam ad. Oh boy. Let's go. Metaphysical, you watched an e-girl playing Star Citizen for the first time tonight. You were kind of distracted by her good looks, but she had a whale of a time playing the game too. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad she enjoyed it. Alrighty. What makes her an e-girl? Am I an e-boy? Alright, we're going to grab ourselves a couple of boxes as wish. JP, we're flying the Freelancer. Yeah, we'll take the TAC out for a bit of an adventure. Hey there, e-boy. Slash, you saying e-girl is a girl who gives attention to guys in exchange for money. These freaking lights on these hangars are the bane of freaking vehicles, man. Alright, plenty of room in here. Plenty of room in here. Oh, yep, let's throw the rock into the wall. Because, you know, why not, hey? Why not? Now, I guess let's go and maneuver the ship a little closer to the hangar. Hello, doors. Oh, it's got a medical bay. I forgot about that. And then the little drop section. Turrets. Mother figure in the halo salvaging away from the chaos. Yes, indeed. Out there. Away. Actually, some salvage would be a good thing to be doing right now. Way away from settlements or, you know, busy places. The game runs perfectly fine when you're in the darkness of space. You're not a fan of the new ship? United Empire? Which new ship? Are you talking about the TAC here? Or the Idris? Which new ship are you not a fan of? All of them this year. That's fair enough. It's one feisty rock. Bounces more than Tigger. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, man. It's a little happy right now. JP, you reckon CIG made the TAC utter useless for its one job that it was designed for? The Max has better turret coverage and is faster than the TAC. The TAC is painfully slow. It is painfully slow. But you know, this always happens when they release new ships. It'll get changed, buffed, modified. Mr. Acorn, how are you, my friend? Good afternoon. A couple of us now, says Acorn, have concluded that the TAC is a lemon. Oh man, yeah, I've got boxes right here. I forgot I had boxes here. We don't need to bring any boxes out. They're all just ready to go. Walls of boxes. The TAC is a lemon, hey. Maybe we'll get a little bit of debuff or a little bit of buffing as things go on and as people continue to state the problems with the vehicle. What's the TAC cargo, Motherfig? I'm not sure. I think it's 96. It's the same as the Max. Whatever is in this space. I think it's 96 in here. You think the Hammerhead could use some love, Emily? What's wrong with the Hammerhead? I mean, I've never been in one. Never flown one. Never been a turret gunner. You're praying for Drake to have that ironclad. I don't think we'll see that ironclad until possibly the end of the year. Okay. Uh-oh.
We have an emergency, Commander.
We have an emergency.
Quick, hide the Tim Tams.
Hide the Tim Tams.
Being guided by
Twisted Pickles.
For our goodies. Welcome to
They're
the
coming for our
Stream
goodies.
Welcome to After Dark.
Twisted Pickles, thank you for the raid, my friend. Thank you for bringing your community here to After Dark. My name is obviously Crouch. We're tonight chilling out in Star Citizen. We're chilling out after all the craziness that's going on right now. What with the Free Fly, Invictus, the Idris, the controversy surrounding the release of Flight Blades. We're just chilling out, man. How was your stream? I hope you had a good time. What did you get up to? Hope you're doing well. Amy, how's the stream going today? We're sort of just getting started. We're back here at Lawville, jumping aboard a vehicle to go rock mining. So we're taking out the TAC for a bit of a spin. And the chat here was just saying that it's been sort of concluded that the new Starlancer TAC is a bit of a lemon. So we'll see. You know, obviously I'm not using it for combat-related activities right now. I'm just chilling out. We're going to go do a little bit of rock mining out in Pyro and just escape some of the madness. What did you get up to during your stream, Mr. Twisted Pickles? Pedazo de mierda. Well, look, every ship has a purpose, right? So maybe the TAC just hasn't found its purpose yet. It was fantastic. Had a full day on Star Citizen and then ended on some Tarkov. Was a blast. 12 hours too much, though. This Invictus launch week has been underwhelming. Look, I really like the format of the new layout of Invictus. It is a bit disappointing to see that... Am I putting my landing gear back down? No. It is a bit disappointing to see that they don't have any rotating displays. But I liked the changes that they've made to the convention space. More specifically, I guess, really the only thing that they've really added outside of adding more, decorations to the displays of the ships is the little food courts and the sitting areas and the tables and chairs and stuff. And so I did like it quite a bit. Rude Boy up on YouTube saying the CIG is doing their wicked things, nerfing the Polaris to sell the Idris. What did they nerf on the Polaris? Then spit in the face of Polaris owners selling a torpedo kit that that can be pilot controlled. Is there a kit that you can get for the Polaris that allows it to be pilot controlled? Vicious Beans, you think that the ship that I'm in, the Starlance Attack, is a little bit too big for you? You probably stop at the Freelancer series. Set a course for the Pirate Gateway.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Could only imagine crouching Tarkov / would make for a fun but quick stream. The Blade is a junkyard in space. But you've got to buy the Idris to get it. Yeah, the Idris. I missed out on the Idris. No luck. This ship is so painfully slow. Let's get into nav mode. That might make a small amount of difference. I could have grabbed an Idris with new money, but yeah, don't have the money to do that. So I tried for store credit, but I never saw the option for store credit pop up at all. Engage.
Yes, Commander. Quantum drive engaged.
Junko, I think they're selling more. I saw that they had such a demand that they had re-enabled it, didn't they? Well, no, it was available for 2 days. Set a course for the Pirate Gateway. Idrii.
Yes, Commander.
Set a course for the Pirate Gateway.
Acknowledged.
They had it available on sale for 2 days. What is going on, Idrii? You've got one job, mate. One job. What? Yeah, they had 6 waves. 6 waves in which you could pick up the Idris. I'd be very surprised, and they've never done it before, if they had, you know, an extra sale. Well, actually, maybe not at this time. I wouldn't be super surprised because, you know, I think at this point, whatever they can do to get themselves some extra cash buck dollary dues. Twisted Pickles is saying that the store credit was basically blocked this year. Yeah, I didn't see it, you know, become available at all from, you know, my time slot that I tried for, 10 a.m. my time, 9:57 to 10:08. It didn't become available at all. But to buy it with new money, that was available for 5 minutes. And then it was sold out for a little bit, and then that someone must have not completed their purchase or whatever, because it became available again for about another 30 seconds, and then it disappeared. They might as well cash out since they clearly have no shame on the store anymore. It's a bit disappointing to see. You know, there's not much they can do about it now. There's not much they can do about it now. Obviously, you know, having the game being in development for such a long period of time, that the model that they've chosen to release things on the pledge store for people to buy, you know, can't really be replaced. But, you know, I would have preferred to have seen, you know, cosmetics only available on the web store, and everything else included as part of gameplay, like we have now with Wicklow and Rayari and, you know, contested zones. As I mentioned on Friday night stream, opportunities in the game for some sort of progression, so that, you know, flight blades could be earned in game. You know, armor could be earned in game, and, you know, these things become account bound, right? You know, when you earn them in game, you know, you've done 20 hours of gameplay to earn that set of armor, then that becomes account bound. and you've done another 20 hours of gameplay, and you know whatever flight blade or components and stuff that you get become account bound. And then if you want that armor that you've earned in game to look different, then you can jump onto the website and buy a heavy armor cosmetic that simply changes the skin on that armor. So instead of, like we were running around in my Space Marshal armor on Friday, instead of my Space Marshal armor being gold, maybe I wanted it to look like a set of Morozov armor. So I could buy a Morozov skin on the website, much like you can in many other MMOs. But, you know, that's not a possibility, right? You know, there's no way that they can change things. So we're sort of stuck in that. But yeah, selling all these little things on the website that could have been part of game progression is a really dangerous slope for just, you know, everything being available on the website, and thus therefore removing any possibility or any meaningful possibility for progression in the game, or having those things available as meaningful objectives in the game for progression. Space Tomato had a great talk about how ridiculous the paywall was with this shameless cash grab, when they always said this stuff would be available to everyone. Well, I've no doubt that it will be available to everyone. I mean, we will see these things available to be bought in-game. And I don't know. I'm just really at the point where the game is in a relatively good position. Yes, there's obviously a whole bunch of problems with it, but, you know, we're at the point now where, as they have said, you know, they want to be releasing content. At the end of these content chains, you know, we need to be getting things in the game to have a purpose to play the game outside of just more cash buck dollary dues. You know, there's only so much reason or so much purpose or so much incentive to play the game for cash buck dollary dues. Then there would be. I mean, people would play the heck out of this game if, you know, there were quest chains and missions that resulted in, much like the executive hangars and the CZs and ships, right? But, you know, armor and components and bits and pieces and that sort of stuff. All right, let's head on to somewhere a bit more out of the way and a bit more peaceful. Let's go. It's tough. COG has to keep the lights on. I mean, I don't think they'd have any issue selling cosmetics on the website, and having all of the gameplay related things available in the game. People would play the game. I would buy the heck out of paints and cosmetics and hanger flare. And I know loads of other people who would also. I think they'd make way more money on the pledge store selling cosmetics. I'm really hoping that, well, I'm looking forward to the day when Star Citizen actually has meaningful progression and things to do that result in outcomes, right? So that we have a reason to play outside of just more credits and credits and credits. What, did I just black out in attack? Set a course for Ignis.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Alright, let's head on over to the old stomping ground. A bit of nav mode might help. People need to stop crying about silly things that most people that buy the big ships work for a living, so do not have time to play. Let's go. Off to the old Ignis, eh? Junkard in space, you find it amazing how CIG has the skill to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory consistently year to year in their choices. Look, there's no denying that, you know, CIG is doing a fantastic job. As a new studio, you know, having rebuilt tech over and over again, and, you know, now modifying and, you know, building essentially their own engine, you know, it doesn't... I'm not surprised by the length of time things have taken. I would expect to see things rapidly improving, or not rapidly improving, but quickly advancing over the next couple of years. Certainly, you know, I am somewhat slightly pessimistic about the release of Squadron 42 and resources that have been currently allocated to the development of Squadron 42 being allocated to the Persistent universe, because there's 3 chapters for Squadron 42, right? We're getting 1 chapter. I don't know how much of chapter 2 or 3 they've developed. No doubt it'll be faster for them to develop chapter 2 and 3, obviously, given that they've been building tools and all that sort of stuff to help them build chapter 1. So I don't know, maybe, you know, it's supposed to be out in 2026. Maybe we'll see chapter 2 in 2027 and chapter 3 in 2028. I'm not sure, but we've seen so many people talking about how... Oh, Mr. United Empire of Earth Navy, thank you so much, mate. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. You know, I constantly see people saying, you know, just wait until, you know, all the devs working on Squadron 42 are able to come over and work on, you know, Star Citizen. How many of them will actually come across, though, versus now them, instead of working on chapter 1, they're working on chapter 2? Who knows, but, you know. God, this is such a long way to go. It's such a long way to go. Oh boy. Squadron 42, Mr. Twisted Pickles, will be out in July 2026. For the story, it's in finals now. Again, I'm somewhat optimistic. You know, we heard last year that, you know, it's in the final polish, right? But then we still hear about things that are being developed for Squadron 42. So, you know, I'm sure, you know, they'll be you know, on track to do it, but Taco Tickler, you're really not into the whole drama with the pay-to-win stuff? Probably because you don't mind. See, this is the thing, right? I've gone up and down, and I think as many other people have, and I think Space Tomato was mentioning it during his stream last night, that, you know, at one point he was like, I don't mind things being available to buy on the website. And I've also been in that position. I don't mind, you know, if things are available for people to buy on the website. You know, as long as at some point we can be able to buy them in-game. But I guess my problem is, now that I guess we've had a taste of some level of progression or some sort of meaning in the game, some sort of purpose in terms of doing things for Wicklow and being rewarded. Excuse me. In terms of contested zones and executive hangars and putting in the effort and putting in the work and organising, you know, a team of people and collaborating to progress through something and being rewarded. I mean, we even saw a little bit of it with IAE last year. You know, when they had the, you know, the IAE activities, you know, go do this, and you know you'll get you know, do these things and you'll get the armor. And we've seen a bit of this with some of the global events recently. Go through all the stages. Oh man, my water bottle's empty. Go through all the stages of the global event and get some weaponry and skins and stuff. And so I guess now that we've had a taste of that, I can see that Star Citizen is working on that sort of stuff, or that CIG is working on that sort of stuff. That I guess my impatience right now is I'm like, well, you know, there's so many things that could be included in this level of meaning, this level of purpose to the game, outside of just, you know, never-ending chases for, you know, how quickly can I earn credits, you know, because that loses its meaning very, very quickly, especially if you spend heaps of money on the pledge store and you've got loads of ships, and there's no real need to have to buy more ships in the game because they're just simply different versions of a different flavor or variety of combat ship or whatever. We need something else. We need something else. Alright, I need to refill my water bottle. I'll be back in a minute. Good lord, this is a long way. Alright. Do I dare walk around while we're in Quantum? So we got these two remote turrets up top, and then the two turrets down the bottom. And then we need to stay away from stairs and elevators. I really like this space here. Versus the Max, I like the simplicity of, you know, this bunk room here, the dorm. This is kind of what I expected to see on the Max in terms of a freighter, you know, rather than the big luxury suites. I like this common area. Elevator. I wonder if you could, inside here, fit two rocks and tractor beam them in from the outside.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Oh man, it's freaked out. Fix it. I don't know why it does that. This game is frozen. Stream. Game screen frozen.
You are fined 1 credit for
No,
a violation
no
of
more
the
stream.
verbal morality
Rip.
statute.
Fix it. I had to be fined. To notice. My apologies. I am, after all, a professional streamer. I was saying that I wonder if you could fit two rocks in here. If you could tractor beam them in with something like the MPUV tractor or something like that. I'm not sure why you would want to do that. Fine for not reading chat often enough. My apologies. I'm skimming through. It's moving quickly today. There's a lot of discussion between peoples and big paragraphs.
Do not be sorry.
Be better. Junk out in space. You also need to be able to buy gold missiles and torpedoes from the cash shop that are not targeted by ADCS. Look, I don't have an issue. I said before, you know, and I've said it before, I don't have an issue with people being able to buy things on the website. As long as things are available to buy in game, or earnable through some sort of progression paths. And I guess, you know, we are really just at the beginning of that. Like I said, we've had a taste so far.
One credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
You know what, you notice, Slash? 2 streams per cycle. Now that we've had a bit of a taste of, you know, gameplay leading to some sort of reward, and I think if you asked, you know, people, I think the majority of them would say that yes, you know, that's what a game for me is. Doing something in the game and being rewarded for it. Not with cash buck dollary dues, but with things that, you know, the cash buck dollary dues, you know, can't buy. And I understand that people who are time limited and stuff, you know, that's just the situation in every game. You know, if a progression path takes 20 hours of gameplay, then yes, some people are going to be able to knock that out in a day, and other people will have to spend, and this has always been my case, you know, having run my own businesses and companies and not having a great deal of time to play and game, and, you know, it was an issue that I had when I used to game with the 19th Battalion years back, is those guys would blast through content, and, you know, I'd be constantly behind them because, you know, I could only game for an hour, you know, a night, maybe sometimes in a week, 3 or 4 hours in a week, and those guys would have like 8, 9, 10 hour sessions in a group and just blast through things, and I'd be able to join the group for 2 hours, and then, you know, that was it. That's just, you know, how do you create a level playing field, I suppose. All right, let's head on in. When there can never be a level playing field. We should get a free-to-play universe and a pay-to-win universe. In-game rewards, us cross, that'd be play-to-win. You know, craziness. You can get the F8 Lightning in the game now. And this is what I'm talking about. You know, we've had a taste of gameplay leading to rewards. So I'm looking forward to, you know, that being, you know, the standard, instead of just doing never-ending mission after mission, contract after contract and getting paid. Obviously, we need that as an option for people to earn money, especially when we have, hopefully, money sinks every time you log in, or however they want to do it. You've got to pay for your habitation, you've got to pay for your ship insurances, you've got to pay. That we still need to be able to earn credits, but I'd also like to be able to do, you know, mission chains that lead to some level of reward. If it's just been to you, the cockpit view is a bit restrictive, but you don't hate it. I really like the cockpit view here. You know, just that little letterbox window. It's like being in a Boeing or something. Well, they have a little bit more visibility, I think. We'll see how she goes. Maybe the tack being heavy and slow might make it a good rock mining ship. We'll see. Twisted Pickles, honestly, the thing you've been looking forward to in Star Citizen happened tonight with your org. Hugely, we had 3 Polaris and 3 Idris hunting the Polaris. A group of random crewed ships working together, get a common goal done. Then we had a big RP event, and that's what I always saw this game being. Yeah, 100%. I love that. That's so good. That's so good. Metaphysical, you're glad some of the chat isn't running COG? I wouldn't want to run COG. John, how are you, my friend? Your wife just said to me, why can't you be a normal man and watch those VTubers on our living room TV? Why does there have to be space nerds? Space nerds unite! Mr. Twisted Pickles, excuse your ramblings. We'll catch you soon. Well, thank you, mate, for tuning in. I've missed a bunch of the chat. I am sorry. It's been moving quite a lot. Glad you found the stream. Have a great rest of it, and I'll be back later. Time for the sleep. Well, thank you, mate. Appreciate you bringing your community here. You're a legend, buddy. Thank you for the raid. You turned up the volume by 50% in response. Oh, boy. All right, let's have a bit of a look around. See what we can find, hey? It's time to get on with some chill rock mining. Oh man, I don't have my little list of RS signature values and the number of nodes and stuff. We're just gonna be guessing things. My brain doesn't work fast enough. Anytime, my man. Thank you, Twisted Pickles. Always great to find other SE peeps chilling and flying. The PvP and griefing gets old. Yeah, it's not really my bag. Bit of Fane Malign. This is what we're looking for. Bit of Fane Malign. It's not really my bag, the PvP and stuff. You know, like somebody had mentioned in the chat just before. Here, United Empire of Art said otherwise you can just go play No Man's Sky and Elite Dangerous. Those are probably more akin to my games, right? You know. Why am I not playing those? Because I like the promise of Star Citizen. I mean, I say that not having really checked out either of those games, but thank you, mate. Again, I appreciate it, Twisted Pickles. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for the follow also, mate. Really testing out those dampers in those landing legs. Yeah. it was dumped pretty hard. She's a squat ship for sure. She's not the fastest ship to get back to the rock in. Mother Fig says, the trouble with No Man's Sky and Elite Dangerous is they ain't no Star Citizen. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I think one thing about the TAC, right, in terms of being a rock mining vessel, because it's got the med bay, I know that, you know, I constantly used to have a nurser in my max for the healing, right? But given that the TAC's got one, can we turn to the left, please? What's going on? Given that the TAC has a medical bay, you know, it really frees up room in the hangar to chuck a couple of extra rocks. So from a group perspective, you know, you could have a couple of people in here. I'm looking forward to checking out the Asgard. I've seen some people already have access to the Asgard, so, you know, maybe these are people who backed for the concept, and it's now available to them, but it's not available on the website and obviously won't be available until RSI Day. on the not RSI until Anvil Day on the pledge store. But I have noticed a couple of people streaming, you know, the Asgard. It's certainly something that I'm very much interested in checking out from a rock mining perspective. Yes, we have gems here in Pyro. We have gems. All right, we are an hour and 20 minutes in, and we've got gems. I guess in the grand scheme of Star Citizen, that's not a terrible thing. It's taken a bit of a time, but we've gotten there. This is the only reason why you bought this game, United Empire, to play PvP Pirates Live. Yeah. I've always been very much a PvE sort of person, but I like the perspective of PvP being, a forever present risk. But I very much am interested in PvE gameplay, with that PvP element hovering over my shoulder. Twisted Pickles, you reckon shit with the immersion and route they are going with Death of a Spaceman and all the progress towards survival gameplay, all the COD murder hobo kiddies won't have a place to be welcome around here anymore. I've said it many times, is that the game that we're playing now is not the Star Citizen that will eventually be, released as a 1.0 game, and then you have new chapters and stuff being added to it. We're very much in the middle of it, right? Master Chewy Num Nums, how are you? The stubby legs certainly need a rework for sure. It is one of the things that I don't love about the Star Lancer series. Or the Freelancers, or Misk in general, is their stubby little sausage dog legs. With 5 alien races wanting to genocide us as the human races. PvP makes no sense. We need to be banding together to regain these systems in the future and beating them back. PvP is just petty squabbles. Well, look, this is the interesting thing, right? And they just said it just a couple of moments ago. I can't quite remember. I think it was United Empire of Earth Navy talking about PvP. There's always going to be that, right? Even it doesn't matter how omnipresent threat to humankind will be. There will always be members of different societies and groups and circles who are like, fuck those guys, man, I can't be bothered, man. Johnny next door is being a pain in the ass, and I'm going to sort Johnny out first, man. And I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Didn't I grab some on Magda, Skeet? No, we broke some nodes on Magda, but, oh boy. But none of the gems actually were, vomited out. So we broke some nodes, but we couldn't get any gems. So this is not the first nodes we've broken, it's the first gems we've gotten. You shouldn't feel safe in the universe. No, indeed, I agree. I think you should certainly have a certain level of security in certain areas. I mean, that we really need to see some really big advancements. I think for me, the next big thing for the game is advancements in NPC. Technology is the wrong word, but we need to see more advancements now in NPC. We've got, as far as I'm aware, most of the major tech pillars, in the game out of the way. Yes, we still need to get dynamic server meshing in place, but as far as I'm aware, that's the last major tech pillar, right? The rest of it is features and gameplay. But what we really need is NPC activity, so that coming back to what United Empire was talking about, you shouldn't feel safe in the verse, is that we can have reliable security forces and defense systems and response, teams in areas where they're required, in Stanton and stuff like that. If you're attacked in Stanton, then you should be able to reasonably rely on a security response, relatively quickly. Because with that, now all of a sudden CIG has the possibility for, either dialing that up to ridiculousness, you attack another ship and security forces appear within a minute, all the way back to, your Empire or some other system, and there's no security forces, and that by the time some sort of security response happens, it's 15 minutes, and by then it's too late. Adding in NPC... Oh my god! Adding it in NPC, delivery missions. Not delivery missions, but NPC taxi missions. Passenger missions. For things like the Genesis... Oh my god, Viv! For things like the Genesis Starliner or other luxury ships, or some of the smaller ones like the M50 and smaller little shuttles and stuff to shuttle NPCs around. And even small little quality of life things that you could pretend were done by NPCs in the meantime, like transport between space stations or planets. I know that loading screens and stuff aren't their bag, and I hope they never will be. But it'll be really nice when we can be at a station and be abandoned and hire a taxi outside of purely player-based interaction. Is that there still needs to be a level for those people who don't want to have or want to limit their interactions with other players to be able to get around. Where are we? Taco Tickler, you have the TAC 2, you just wish the size 5 turrets would have a little more movement pointing forward to help out the pilot. The speed and the position of the MFDs are downers, but the Fury hangar, the med beds, and the 2 size 3 shields are big wins. Yeah, I've not used this vessel in combat at all. And people were saying earlier on that it's been a bit of a disappointment. Fraction mode. It will always happen, of course, but in systems with a big presence of the UEE and Death of a Spaceman, it really makes people think before they do something along those lines, and that is why Pyro, Nix, and other lawless systems exist, so they can have their own playground. Yeah, exactly, and that needs to be enforced by NPCs, right? Because we can't really rely on players to be players. Players! People will be people, yeah? We need... Oh my goodness me! We certainly need a level of NPC intelligence. If you're flying around solo with $1 million worth of cargo to your own fault, team up. And this is the other thing, right? Is as much as I'm going on about NPCs and all that sort of stuff, and being primarily PvE and not PvP focused, is that I like that aspect of and I say PvP, but I guess I'm talking about player interactions. I like the pressure that that just that constant thing on my shoulder. Like right now, anyone could appear right now, and I'd have to get ready for any sort of interaction. But I also like the possibilities, and this is why single player games, like I never played Starfield, just had no interest for me. Is that because teaming up with people to achieve something or to make something that you're trying to do easier, teaming up with other people is that's why we play MMOs, right? That's why we play online games. That's why we play multiplayer games. And so I love that aspect, that there's things in this game, like the Hathor missions. I've just never done them because I've never, gotten into a group to be able to make those missions easier to do, right? Because, I'm sure I could try them solo, but, they're really designed for group gameplay, and I love that. Pay attention, Crouch. I don't know what I was thinking then. I was boosting it up into the red, and I was trying to hover it there in the red for a split second, and then I was like, what the hell am I doing? Overcharge is not where we want to maintain power. The Fane Mine just boosts so quickly. I'm still not used to it. Uh-oh. There's no overcharge on this rock? What the hell, man? We can't overcharge this rock? Right, he's doing the Orange Foxwell mission solo in a Polaris. Amazing. Amazing. And I guess that's a skill in itself, right? Is, in a multiplayer game, and certainly in aspects of different sorts of activities in that game, being able to do them solo. I know that Acorn used to solo his Carrack, long before it had pilot-controlled weapons. He'd be out there doing bounty missions and stuff solo in a Carrack. Setting it up into a glide path and then, jumping into turrets and stuff. And that in itself is a skill. Being able to maximize the abilities or the capabilities of a vessel single-handedly. Like in real life, right? Not everybody's capable of short-handing, a 40-foot boat. Yes, if the boat is rigged, with all lines and stuff coming back to the cockpit, it makes it easier. But even then, the skill of the sailor really, determines how well that boat is sailed. Even if it is rigged for short-handed sailing. Without the experience or the skill level, not everyone's going to be able to short-hand that boat, right? Emily, you play MMOs alone together. You don't grow up, only talk when talked to. You don't group up and only talk to when talked to, but enjoy watching people go about their day. Yeah, me too. I'm in the same boat. I've always been a people watcher. I love going into the city, admittedly I haven't been in for years now, and then just sitting on a bench somewhere and just watching people, and just vaguing out and just being part of a crowd without being part of the crowd. It's one of my favourite pastimes, is just sitting on a bench in the city somewhere and just watching people go about their daily business. Being a pirate in the game is so much hard work. It is super hard. I have mad respect for anyone that, goes about piracy from a piracy perspective. I'd like to see piracy. If we go back to sort of, actually no, I don't know what I'm talking about. Forget about it. I'd like to see piracy being more about piracy, i.e., give me your shit or you're dead. Being about that, give me your shit or you're dead, rather than you're dead. Now I'm going to have your shit. I'd like to see piracy somehow in the game, or I'd like to see the game somehow facilitate that type of piracy. And I guess in some ways it is available, with the ability to, disable ships and drop out quantum and all that sort of stuff. And it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and I have mad respects for pirates. Multiple people in a group, in a gang, in a crew, going about that type of activity. Scoping out your target, identifying your mark, and disabling that ship, bringing stopping quantum travel with things like the Mantis, quantum damping and stuff like that, and then moving in and saying, getting in touch in either in-game chat or voice comms and saying, hey, listen, this is a robbery. It's mad work. You have to find players. You have to find players, pull them out of space, hold them so they can't run off and destroy them, take loot and sell it. You've tried role-playing, but people log off or try running. Yeah, this is the thing. That's what I was saying. They need to find a way. CIG needs to find a way to be able to make that sort of gameplay legitimate. I'm not talking about like role-play. Harmy hearties, this is a robbery sort of stuff. In voice chat. But I have mad respect for pirates. I have mad respect for pirates that do it properly, that do it well. Most pirates in Star Citizen are just looking for an excuse to go shoot, shoot, bang, bang other players. There has to be initiation for it to be real piracy. Yeah, I know that there's, from a PvP perspective, from dogfighting perspective, those people who like combat and, I love all the tournament activity that happens in that scene. And then, yes, you have that level of player at this point in time who are just, murderers, right? They just fly around looking for people to fight. And there's not much that can be done about that until the game has, greater levels of consequence and, reputation and, all this other sort of stuff that has been discussed for years and years and years. I don't have an issue with people murdering people. Go for it, man. It's an online game. It's a PvP game. It's, a PvE game. And, if you want to shoot somebody because they're there, go ahead and shoot them. I don't have an issue with that. But from a game perspective, I'd like to see some level of consequence or some level of response from the game so that we do have, or that, I guess we as players have the opportunity to say, hey, listen, I'm going to hang out in the newbie area because it's super safe here. If someone comes and attacks me, I know that within 30 seconds, the UEE or some sort of security force is going to be here. Versus, okay, look, I want a little bit more risk. And, I know that if I go hang out in this area, that if I get into trouble and someone attacks me and I let out, an all frequencies beacon, that I can legitimately expect a response from other players in this area within 1 or 2 minutes. Out to the extreme where, okay, listen, if I get into trouble out here, nobody's coming. Nobody. No NPCs, no other players, no player bounty hunters, no NPC bounty hunters, nobody. I'm on my own out here. And when the game's at that point where we can have, the game is zoned, so to speak, that will be super fun. That will be super fun. I am liking at the moment how the ROC just parks itself off to the side. It makes things a little bit easier. I guess if you were trying to squeeze multiple ROCs in here and they were just auto-docking themselves to the side. You need a minimum of 5 people to do piracy. Yeah, exactly. And like United Empire of Earth Navy is saying, you've got to know the cargo routes. You've got to know the routes. You've got to know the ships. You've got to know how, cargo haulers and stuff behave. It's a big job being a pirate. I've watched a lot of... what's that Aussie guy who has a big piracy crew? I haven't watched a bit of their content for a while now. I haven't watched any of their content for a hot minute. But those guys and the hits that they do are amazing. The biggest issue with piracy is there needs to be big consequences on both sides so that both sides really think about what's about to happen. Yeah, look, I think think there's a lot of opportunity from CIG's perspective to make piracy a really valid gameplay loop. Both from the perspective of a PvP and a PvE environment. You know, every MMO I've played has had an element of PvP and PvE, and you can get involved in either or both. You know, I want my Starfarer to be useful, and we spoke about this on Friday. I love my Starfarer, even though it's now gone in the great melting of 2025. But I know that whilst it now has features, or there are features in the game, there's gameplay for me to refuel other players, I know that the opportunities for that are somewhat limited. And so I'd like the ability to be able to refuel either space stations, like we spoke about, given that, you know, we don't have reliable NPCs right now. I'm not sure how many people in a Starfarer would be comfortable trying to refuel an NPC right now. Certainly not given how that ROC just behaved, right? There's some quasi-grazers. But still, you know, there's the functionality, or you know, there's the possibility for me to refuel space stations in my Starfarer, right? If it's fuel scoops and stuff were working, and I could collect hydrogen fuel and fill up my tanks, and then, you know, have a mission, you know, from the refueling guild, the support services guild or whatever, to go deliver, you know, 100 SCU of fuel to, you know, this space station, and 20 SCU of fuel to that station. You want to play as the dark side? I love that. And I love that should be a possibility. I love that should be a possibility, and it should be just as possible as just being, you know, on the light side, so to speak. Yeah, Mother Fig, you're in the Halo on your own, but the chances of being found are low. Yeah, exactly, and I love that. That, you know, if you just want to be left alone, there's places in the game where you can go to be left alone. Like right now, there's the possibility that I can be discovered here on Ignis, but, you know, I've never at this point in time been discovered here on Ignis. Actually, twice I think it's happened, and both times it's been from people in chat. So, you know, you know. This is why I play Star Citizen rather than Elite Dangerous. I don't know anything about Elite Dangerous or No Man's Sky, so I can't really compare the two. More fame align. We'll have that, please. I don't know if that ramp's going to work out like that. Oh yeah, we could probably get away with that, I reckon. Elite is more PvE. evil cargo! Running around with evil cargo. It's weird that it's safer in Paro than Stanton right now. And this is a game thing, right? You know, the game itself doesn't have the mechanisms to ensure or not ensure safety. You know, everyone thinks that Pyro is deadly and dangerous, right? But, you know, Stanton is just as deadly or dangerous because there's nothing in the game itself from an NPC perspective that discourages, you know, I don't want to prevent, but that discourages, you know, evil side sort of activity. when the game has some of that, when the game actually has a working and reliable police force, security force, and, you know, meaningful relationship and reputation sort of mechanics. We need to turn the Moby off, or the Toby off. Then things will change. How many times have I been attacked in Pyro? Mr. United Empire of Earth, I have never been attacked in either Stanton or Pyro. And I've played this game for the last 3 years fairly consistently, and I've never had another player interaction from a hostile perspective. I think I've been fortunate. Actually, I say never from the perspective that I can't remember, which means that it's probably happened, you know, less than I can count on my two hands how many times I've had a hostile engagement with other players. Actually, I lie. I've been attacked a couple of times here at Pyro when I've been doing actual gameplay missions, contracts. More specifically, the cargo missions. When I'm out here and I'm just chilling out and I'm rock mining, I never see anybody else. But the first 3 times I tried to do some cargo hauling missions here in Pyro, I got killed all 3 times. And then after that, I was like, okay, I need to be a bit more sensible about how I approach the situation here in Pyro. It's not as easy as just landing down somewhere and, you know, doing some, you know, moving some boxes around. Was I doing the bad missions? I have never, not once, in however many thousands of hours I've played this game, done an unverified mission. Because I'm a coward. No, I was just doing the hauling contract ones for Kovalax or West Wind or whatever it is. Just an upstanding citizen of the UEE. Need more people like me. I just go about my own business. They really need to bring Stanton's UEE patrols from years ago back online. Yeah, I haven't seen a patrol for a long time. I haven't been scanned for a long time. Now, who knows what's going on? If they put that mining mission in Pyro, no one would be in Stanton. Oh, I don't know what. I must have missed the chat about what mining mission that was. That used to be a big deterrent. I don't know if it was a big deterrent because I'd never see... Well, I don't know. You know, I don't think the UEE would hunt players down. I don't think that there was ever a threat that when you had a crime stat, the UEE would be after you. Barbonaf, how are you, my friend? Long time no see. During the last patch, the interdictions were crazy. I missed the interdictions. Where are they, man? Bounty hunters are the scum of the universe. That's true. I guess they're not really upstanding sort of people, are they? They're just, you know, they're kind of almost like pirates. They're opportunists, right? I love that. Most people fly from A to B. Yeah, I think in terms of, you know, the issues that I had when I was doing the hauling contracts, was that I just, you know, I wasn't aware of the surroundings and the potential danger, right? Because I'd been in Pyro for ages without any issues because I'm generally always on my own out here just rock mining. That I didn't take the time to go, okay, is there other people here? What's the situation like? What's going on? Power up! Let's go. I know if I push this too far, it's just going to spike super quick. Most means on Pyro are better than what is in Stanton, so the ambience while playing in Pyro is so much better. I love playing in Pyro, Taco. It's so nice here. the aesthetics of Pyro are just absolutely wonderful. And while I have the in-game music for Pyro turned off, or for everywhere turned off, it is visually stunning. Especially the night sky. What's going on here? Especially the skylines and the colors, and Pyro is absolutely beautiful. Done a lot of unverified salvage missions, Skeet. Yeah, well, apparently that seems to be the way to go, right? You know, especially if you're just after construction material. You know, being paid to get rid of those ships, and instead of scraping them, just breaking them. Oh my word! Just breaking them down into bits and getting out quick. Maybe we'll let all these gems roll down the hill and then we'll collect them all at the end. How about that? Why not? They wouldn't hunt players, but they would drop a hammerhead on the location of the crime to patrol and protect. I am looking forward to there being, you know, NPCs. It's a big part of every MMO. And it's something that Star Citizen, you know, will eventually have, hopefully. It needs to have it for it to function as an MMO. Because if you're just relying on players, well, we all know what people are like. That, you know, there'll never be anything that works as it's intended to, because everybody will try to find a way to break it, or abuse it, or make it not work in the way it's intended to work. There needs to be NPCs. NPCs keep people sane and entertained, both from a good and light side perspective. You know, if we had NPCs, bounty hunters, you would have far less, you know, people who were just randomly killing people if they knew that, okay, you know, at any point, you know, the UEE or some sort of security force, Maxwell Security or somebody else could be out after me. As well as at the same time, more proficient players, more proficient, yeah, more players who are more proficient than an NPC would be also a, you know, a higher threat. I would love that. You know, I would totally get into some more, you know, evil gameplay, so to speak, if I knew that, you know, as a consequence of that, at any point of time, an NPC patrol could pop up, and then I'd be able to fight them, right? But then I'd also have the possibility that, you know, players or a group of players would pop up, and then I'd know that things would be much, much harder. Right now, speaking as we were earlier on, from a reward perspective, do this in the game and this is your reward. For me, there's no reward for just murdering other people. And I hate to say that some people will need to be victims in order for this next part to actually work. But if the reward for me killing people was having NPCs coming to hunt me, I would totally be killing more people and waiting for NPCs to come and hunt me. And then having, because, you know, that's fun, right? You know, that's you know, I know that I could fight a bunch of NPCs. I know that as soon as players turn up, I'm going to be wrecked, right? I'm a terrible pilot. But, where is the yin to the yang? I'm looking forward to the days when I can hand in, you know, 2,000 gems and get some sort of reward, right? Glutrino, you remember the gold rush from a few years ago when mantises were everywhere around Daymar? I haven't seen a mantis for such a long time. I haven't seen an NPC interdiction for a long time. There's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot to look forward to. I mean, there'll always be things to complain about, even when the game is released and amazing, and you know there'll always be things to moan and groan about. Bubble enough, you feel like we need a salvage module update. I want more options for my vulture heads. So many opportunities for advancements in gameplay. So many. We'll see how things go. There's only one side, and that's the dark side. I really need to have a pirate account. Maybe I should make Curtis Crouch. In my mind, when I made Argo Hurston and Curtis Crouch, my two main alt accounts, Argo was always a little bit of a coward, a little bit of a bogan, a bit of a moron, a bit of a useless, you know, flesh bag. And Curtis was always going to be my, you know, pirate, right? My mercenary, my mercenary, my pirate, the privateer, the opportunistic sort of guy that really wasn't too concerned about law and order and was just on his side, right? You know. But from the perspective, you know, I don't know enough about it, being a pirate, outside of just murdering people, which I'm not massively keen on, right? You know, but there's not a great deal of fun in that. I guess maybe I just need, I guess I just need to try it, right? We'll get onto Curtis and, you know, in his Cutlass Black, and we'll go see if we can hijack some stuff, right? King of Three, good morning. How are you? How's the rock mining going? Look, we're having a good time. We're having a grand old chat about the game. Finally managed to get that sneeze out. We're chilling out. King of Three, new name over there on Twitch. Thanks for joining me tonight. And the rest of the Crouch Potatoes as we do. Carry on about the game and its shortfalls and its wins. Star Wars Galaxy had times where NPCs would come after you at any time. You know, I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking for the NPC part of this game. Something that we really haven't seen at all is going to just radically change the landscape. What ship is that? That's the Starlance Attack. I mean, obviously I'm in the ROC at the moment, but we're flying around in a Starlance Attack. Commander Alice, how are you? Yeah, we're rolling in the tack tonight. We thought we'd take it out for a bit of a jaunt. I've melted my entire fleet a couple of days ago. My game package, all of my standalone ships, everything. I melted absolutely everything. I let go of my everything needs to be LTI, or, you know, well, I never had everything need to be LTI. I never had that syndrome. But you know, I was trying to get some store credit to grab myself an Idris, and then after I missed out on the Idris, I was like, stuff it. You know, I'll melt this, I'll melt that, and you know, it got to the point where I was like, man, I'm just going to melt everything, and we'll start again from scratch. And so for some reason, I still have a Starlancer Max and a Starlancer Attack, even though I have no vehicles for which they are the loaners, nor obviously have I bought either of them in-game. I don't know why I still have them, but I have it. And so we're out in the Starlance Attack. Whilst we await the Invictus finale, where I make the final decisions on what I put my store credit into. Glutrina, you hope that when Nyx is released, we have badass Vandal raiding parties. Exactly, and there's this whole other side of the game that we just, you know, is a long way away from, you know, being introduced. New name, Crouch King has been here for years. Granted, they're not said much. My apologies. My apologies. King of Three. Kind of reminds me when I used to run a retail game store. Everybody would know me, right? You know, I had a fairly big presence here and on my other channels, right, in the tabletop gaming industry. That people would come into my shop all the time. Hey Viv, how are you, man? And I'm like, I'm good, mate. I can't remember who you are. I'm pretty sure I've seen you before, but I'm not sure. So I apologize. I remember going to Nottingham once in the UK, the Lead Belt, where a lot of miniature companies are based in Nottingham or in that area. Me and my wife were there. We'd hired a motorhome and we would spend 10 days or something driving around the UK. And my wife has absolutely zero interest in tabletop gaming or miniatures. You know, she's been super supportive of all of my nonsense. And we went to Warhammer World, which is Games Workshop's big, headquarters. And I said to her, we parked up and she's like, you're really excited to be here. And I was like, yeah, I know. I was like, watch me get recognized. And she's like, you're such a fucking idiot. And I was like, you watch. And we walked in, and within 30 seconds, somebody walked up and said, are you Viv from Rubbish In, Rubbish Out? I was like, yep. He's like, oh man, I've watched you for so many years, man. Can I get a photo? I was like, yeah, sure. And so we took a photo together, and I looked at my wife, and she's just shaking her head saying, you're an idiot. And for the next 10 minutes, I was hovering around this other table. There must have been 15 people hanging around watching this big game of 40K. And I was walking around, like looking at people, and nobody said anything. And I was like, okay, so I moved on. And then I went back to my wife, and she's like, you were just waiting for someone else to recognize you, weren't you? And I was like, yeah. She's like, you're such an idiot. Let's go. So yeah, we potted around. We had some lunch there at Bugman's Bar, and and then we headed off. So I do apologize if you've been here for a while, or if I say a new name, I haven't seen it before, and you've been here as part of the Crouch Potatoes. I apologize. There's just one of me and many, many of you. Does its hack fly like the Max, or is it heavier? Mr. Chewy Num Nums, it's so slow. It is brutally slow. Does it feel heavier? It doesn't feel heavier, it just feels sluggish. I don't know if it's intended, but you know, as with everything in the game, it'll be tweaked and changed and modified over time. But right now it's slow, super slow. That's so cool. You wish you could buy one in game. I'm sure King at some stage, like most of the ships, not all of them, but most of the ships become available to buy in game after their exclusivity period. I think it took the Vulture a long time to become available in game. Eventually. Rhino, you reckon we could see Nyx by the end of the year, even if it's in tech preview? I agree. I think so too. I think so too. It's exciting. UK crew needs to get together when you come to the UK and do a CrouchCon night. Actually, that's true. That's true. Well, I'll be there. We gotta sort things out over the next couple of days. I may potentially be heading over at the end of next week. I'll probably be there for about a week or so. Whilst I spend some time with my family and we sort everything out for my mother's funeral and get all of that stuff squared away. So yeah, if people are in London or want to make a trip down to London, or maybe I'll make a trip up to Nottingham. We can that'd be amazing. That actually would be amazing. It's something I should really try and organise. How often does that sort of opportunity pop up, right? Because I know a lot of people who follow me here and hang out are from the UK because of the the time differences, right? That would be amazing. King, if you just bought a vulture in game, second time getting one since the last wipe. You were going to ask what part of the UK, motherfig? Yeah, in London. In London. My sister's the only one left now in London. One of my sisters. Come up north. The north is beautiful. I love the north. London is no longer British, Rhino. The West Country is so much nicer to visit than up north. I love it. Regional rivalries. Oh, you know what the wonderful thing now is, when I scan, I get to actually see where all the gems are. Oh, and I haven't noticed this before. If I'm looking to the right here, I can still see on the left-hand side of the screen the gems that have been highlighted from my scan. But their name, just not constant names everywhere. The names only pop up as I get closer and closer to those, objects. I love that. Or maybe because there's fewer objects now they're being highlighted. Interessant. Yeah, I'd love to come back to the UK and spend some time touring around. Spending some time there. It's really weird. I've never lived in the UK. Two of my older sisters have. My brother has. Obviously, my mum's family's from Wales. But I've never lived there. But I get this weird feeling whenever I'm there that I'm home. It's really, really weird. I get a very comfortable feeling when I'm in the UK. What that's about, I have no idea. But every time I've been there, I've just felt at ease. You're from Luton, Rhino, so you know what the area is like. Yeah, I've never been a fan of London. It's strange. I've never been a fan of any big cities, but when we were in Melbourne, in the city here proper, the other day, I was saying to my friends and family, my wife and some of our cousins and stuff were there, that it's kind of nice. Actually, let's go lay down on one of these beds. It's kind of nice to be in the city with a lot of people, and I like that about London, right? It's obviously a massive city and people everywhere going about their bits and pieces, and like I said, being a people watcher, it's quite nice to see people going about their business, but I enjoy being out in the regions proper. The West Country has all the best history. Come down to the southwest. Stonehenge is only an hour away from you, Rhino. We almost lost the wheels on our motorhome to a bunch of gypsies near Stonehenge. We'd driven up this little track to just chill out. We were, we had a very good view of Stonehenge. It was maybe a kilometre away. We were chilling out, having some lunch, and then all of a sudden we were surrounded by a bunch of gypsy wagons. And they started looking around the motorhome, and I stuck my head out the window and I was like, "Hey guys, how are you?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're good." And I was like, "Anything I can help you with?" They're like, "Nah, it's all right, mate. We're just interested in the wheels." And I was like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "Just don't worry about it. We're just going to take the wheels, all right?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's not going to happen, buddy." And then we managed to get out of there. King, if so, you've never been to the UK, you've visited Italy once. My wife spent her 30th in Italy and she loved it. She'd love to go back there. Yeah, I enjoy the UK. I need a proper holiday. I haven't had one for years and years. Now that I don't run my own company or business anymore, and I work a job where I just go and clock on and clock off and don't have to deal with anything afterwards, I really should take the time to plan a holiday. New racks are broken. You can't restock the new Scorpius missile turret. Oh, there'll always be something that needs to be fixed, isn't there? Foxy Luxy has a great channel. You should check out Foxy Luxy before you buy stuff. Activate the Toby. It's very drifty, the tack. It's drifty, it's slow. It doesn't feel like the Star Lancer Max at all. Oh, the Starfarer Max. No, the Star Lancer, yeah. The Starfarer Max. I want a Starfarer Max, man. Clear navigation.
Understood, sir. Accessing Skylink and clearing route.
You hope I'm able to take a trip sometime soon? Well, the problem is my wife is a teacher, and so the only times that we can really organise holidays are during the school holidays, but she has a lot of work to do during the school holidays. Yeah, it's a challenge. It's a challenge for sure. It's crazy because I work now for one of Australia's large airlines, and so I get really good staff travel rates. But the problem is we can only really take holidays during those school holidays when booking things on staff travel is incredibly difficult. It's unreliable because it's always standby travel, right? These Desi Quasi Grazers, man, we're in the wrong place for rock mining. Whenever you see desert Quasi Grazers here on Ignis, you're not in the best spot for a bit of the old rock mining. You understand that as well, King of Three? You're a middle school teacher. I'm always prepping or thinking about the classroom. Yep. And my wife, she has to do so many other things for other people who don't do their prep on time. And therefore, being the senior in her team, she's like, well, I now need to do their work because they don't get themselves organised. You know, just because it's the kids are on holidays and it's school holidays and, we are technically on holidays, there's still stuff that needs to be done that they just don't do. And she, therefore, needs to do it all. Another patch of Fane Malign. I will say, rock mining in this tack is not entirely bad. It's just... it's floaty. Rock can fit in the Zeus, surely? Yeah, of course it can. Is this ore better than Hadanite? Well, Hadanite is no longer a vehicle mineable gem. It's only available for hand mining. But no, the Hadanite is still worth more than Fane Malign is. Fane Malign now is the top tier vehicle mineable. Hadanite obviously still remains the top tier hand mineable. So I've convinced you, Motherfig, not to get one. Well, as a rock mining vehicle, I think there's better choices. I think there's better options. And I haven't used it as for what it's intended for, as a sort of a multi-crewed gunship. They took out Hadonite. Well, they haven't taken it out. It's now become a hand mineable, things that you find in caves and stuff. So all the previous gems, Dolovine, Hadonite, and Aphorite, are all now FPS mineables. You generally only find them in the caves. You can very rarely find them on the surface, but they're now predominantly available in the caves. But without a reliable way to get to caves, it's kind of pointless. Because, oh my word, finding caves is, yeah, it's not easy. I mean, obviously it's possible with tools like Verse Guide, being able to, look up all the caves on Verse Guide and then use their directions to find them in the game. So I mean, it's possible. But in-game, from an in-game perspective, it's no longer that easy. I guess they've become opportunistic sorts of gems that whenever you've picked up a mission that would take you to a cave, either one of the bounty hunter missions, we haven't seen investigation missions for quite some time, but from an opportunistic perspective, when you're on one of those missions that takes you to a cave, then take that opportunity to have a look around and do a little bit of mining there, to maximize your profits from that expedition. But in terms of just going spelunking, without a reliable way to be able to find, locate, or mark caves, it's a bit of a disappointment. The Geo can mine hand and rock minables. The Geo is a wonderful little machine. We should take one out again, see if I still have the same issues. Although I don't have a Geo anymore because I melted it in the great melting of 2025. We'll have to wait until it becomes available in game. But it'd be nice to be able to take one out and see if I still have the same issues that I had with it last time. So the surface minables have been replaced with Fainmaline, Glacosite, and Beridom. In that order, Fainmaline, Glacosite, and Beridom, in terms of value. Server error. Maybe I'm just outside of optimal range. Oh, yep. Sirik, how are you, my friend? Is there a large price difference between the new minables? Yes. I mean, if you can prioritize Fainmaline, then you should, but they're relatively close together. They're relatively close together. Thank you, Sirik, for the follow, mate. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for joining us on Twitch. Welcome to the Crouch Potatoes. I can't at this point. It's been a little while since I've done some rock mining, and when I say little while, it's probably been a month or so. I can't remember what they are per gem. But I know that you certainly want to prioritise the Fainmaline. Glacosite's worth taking if you find it, but Beridom, I wouldn't be specifically looking for Beridom. Again, you know, this brings me back to what we've spent a lot of the stream talking about, is opportunities in the game, right? You know, right now we're just mining for credits. But with the introduction of the Rayari missions, and I don't think that this is actually there. It is. Why doth it not work? With Rayari and Wicklow, it'd be nice to have a reason to be mining these sorts of gems outside of just credits. Rhino is on the case. Famaline is 391 per gem. Hatter Knight's gone up to 598 per gem, has it? Wow. I think it went up to like 432 or something. And now it's gone up to 598. Wow, that's chunky. Ooh, I'm getting paid today. How much of that can I squirrel away for new ships? I've got to jump into my roster. Actually, I mentioned this on Friday and then I did nothing about it. I've got to jump into my roster and put my name down for overtime shifts. Which I've missed out on now because I should have done that before Saturday, which is why I mentioned it on Friday, because they organise it for the week ahead. Which is why I wanted to put my name down, because then I could get overtime this coming week. And therefore justify spending some money now at Invictus, because I'd be getting extra money after Invictus when I get paid for all the OT. Is there a new guide for the ROC out? Is Fang-based ROC okay, or need an upgrade? No, I don't need any upgrade. Although you can get, you have a choice now of different laser heads for the ROC. There's 3 different laser heads that you can put on the ROC. It's not necessary to have to change it out from the stock one, because there's no need. There's been no changes to the sizes, to the mass, to the nodes that you're able to break with a standard size, or the default mining head. If there were larger nodes that you would need, for example, to have to upgrade to a Helix laser head, then obviously there'd be a reason, but right now there's no need to upgrade anything. You might have to do some OT as well, Motherfig, because the motherboard and the CPU you want is £750. Do that work and buy those goodies. Rhino says the Helix is more unstable. Yeah, each of the laser heads has, just like on a Prospector, their own pros and cons, their buffs and debuffs, but it's not necessary. A stock ROC will do you just fine for everything. And there's no need for super ROCs. There's no need to update any of the coolers or any components or anything. It will be a wonderful day when there is, a need for that sort of level of granularity. But until that time. You just got a new GPU and a new power pack. United Empire of Earth Navy. United Empire. What GPU did you get? I'm still running a 3070. You got a 5070. Fair enough. Where are we at? We've almost filled this rock up. Rock's now been buffed to be able to hold 1.2 SCU of gems, 1,200 gems, rather than the 0.8 it used to be, 800 gems. Coming from a 3060. Gonna love that improvement then. A 2K power supply. That's a little bit of overkill. I need to put a bigger batteries in my camper van in RTAX and a bigger inverter so that I can have a computer set up in there. That'd be super fun. So that during my half an hour break at work, I can jump in there and, you know, log on to Star Citizen, get from my hab down to the hangars, and then log off. Oh, the game's frozen, thank you. I don't know why it's doing this.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal parameters.
Pay attention. Hey, listen, I'm playing the game now, and I'm reading the chat, right? I'm a pro streamer. I got 12 likes on YouTube. Thank you so much, by the way. You know, that's two things that I need to manage. You know, having a look all the way over here to see if the stream is still running, or the display capture is still running. I wonder why that's happening. I'd love to know that. It's been particularly bad tonight. Sometimes it doesn't happen at all. But tonight... How many clusters do I mine before selling? Well, we've got 4 SCU of storage in the ship at the moment. We've got two SCU store rolls in the ship. They'll hold 4,000 gems or 2,000 gems apiece. And so I guess it just really depends. At this point, it's long gone are the days where you'd half fill a rock and be super scared of a 30k and go and sell. Those days are long gone. So, we'll see how we go. Normally I'll fill up at least one box. Fill up at least one box. We did have a couple of months ago, we had a big 10 SCU stream where I'd spent over that last week, logging off, just bed logging. Here on IDRIS, back in the Haddonite days. I'd come home from work, log on, fly around. Within 2 minutes I'd find a patch, and I'd mine 3 or 4 patches, sometimes 5, spend an hour, 2 hours each day. And in, I don't know, around 20 hours of gameplay that week, I'd collected 6 SCU of gems. And then on that stream, I think we collected another 4 SCU of gems, and then we went and cashed in 10,000 gems for 5.8 million or whatever it was. Is it still a pain to empty the rock? Just have to use the backpack? Well, you can still use the backpack, or instead of using the store rolls like I've got in the ship at the moment, you can actually take out the hopper now on the rock. You can buy new bags for the rock, and you can unlock its port and take its hopper bag off, put it on your cargo grid. It takes up a 1 SCU spot, and put a new bag on there. So you could come out with, just go to the shop and buy 10 bags, right? And put 10 empty bags in your ship, and then when you've filled up one bag, just take off the full one and put an empty one on. I wonder why this node vomited its goodies all over the place. So yeah, you don't need to really empty it into your backpack and then into the box. I'm just so used to doing it that way that I forget every time to just go, okay, well look, let's just buy a bunch of empty bags. So yes, I'm going to have to empty this the old way, transfer it into my backpack and then into the box, and do that multiple times. But yes, you can now take off the bag. It is indeed Bafulnaf. Very neat. It's just not something I've gotten used to using, and so I still haven't used it. I carried on for ages about how the ROC should have the ability to spit out a box or something like that. And now that we have some things similar, or they have at least implemented a way to be able to swap out the storage container on the ROC, I've never used it. Moaned and groaned for ages about that sort of functionality, and they gave it to us, and I haven't used it. That just goes to show you what players... Well, no, it doesn't. It goes to show you what I think. Quick to carry on and complain and moan and ramble and groan. But I do love this stupid game. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here spending my time with you wonderful people. It's been an absolutely enjoyable night. You don't use the bags either, mother fig? maybe I think we'll fill up this box. We'll fill up this box. Maybe we'll just fill the ROC. And then we'll head over to Gaslight. I don't know if you can buy new boxes at Gaslight. They do have a cargo deck, so they might sell them there. And then just like a store rule, you need to transfer the gems out of the box. So you don't lose the bags. You just transfer the gems out of the bags all in one go on your freight elevator. And that empties the bag. And then you can add it back into your stash of empty bags. King of 3, you didn't know we could do that? Yeah, it's pretty cool. At the back of the ROC now, on the... Actually, we need to do a couple of things here. On the back of the ROC, there's a button here that says deploy. And that drops the bottom bit down. And then when your ports are unlocked, you can... Let's unlock the ports. So people can't steal the bags off of your ROC. You still need to unlock the ports using right, Alt, and K. I don't know if they've fixed up the message that... No, it doesn't tell you on the screen that the ports are unlocked, but if you press Alt, K, it will unlock the ports. And just like attaching anything to a hard point, you can then take the bag off and go put it on your grid and come back with a new one. And just like attaching, you know, any components or ship weapons or anything like that, you can attach it in there and then retract it, and it's ready to go again. We still have the ability to access the hopper from the right hand side. There's two buttons here, one's deploy, one's open door, so we can still access and open the storage here. And this is a storage box. You can store anything you want in here. You could put that multi-tool in there, for example. It's getting dark. Look at this. This is one thing I love about Pyro, is the skies and the colors, and everything is just so much richer. Cool armor. Yeah, I'm wearing a ragtag of different sorts of stuff. We've got a bunch of different sorts of stuff on tonight. Alright, we've got 2 more nodes left, yeah? Yep. So I guess it really depends on how long you want to spend. Oh my word. How long you want to spend... Viv. I guess it depends on how long you want to spend rock mining before you go and cash in. I will say when we did that huge, 10 SEU sale, I was only collecting one box at a time. I'd fill up one box, and when that box was full, I'd go and take it to Gaslight and stash it in the inventory. The ability to store things in your warehouses made a huge change. Made a massive change to, how I go about playing the game. Being able to just store stuff in your warehouse and then collect it all up to go do a big, massive sell has been a massive change. Massive change. You don't need to go any more than 25% in power on Fane Line. Yeah, I know, it gobbles the power up. Like, we could just leave it, sit it here, but, I'm going to boost it up and then bring it back. It doesn't need a great deal of power at all. It's quite nice, it was one of my big gripes in the olden days. You just power up to 100%, wait until it hits the green zone, and then dial it back to, whatever that gem required. Had a night would be fine at 30%, between 30 and 40%. But Fane Line doesn't need a great deal of power at all. It charges so quickly. I think there's one more sneaky one over by the door. Or did we get it? There it is. That's not by the door, but lights. Well, I think that's about it. Yeah, totally would have made sense to just get some empty bags. I've got to try and get used to doing that now. You prefer the twitchy helix over the stock keeps awake? Keeps awake? The stock keeps awake? What does that mean? It is nice actually having to do something, outside of... it's been one of my gripes of the old rock mining for a long time, as we all know. Oh, there's only a cargo grid along the edges. So this is purely a vehicle bay, as sort of delineated by the hazard stripe here. Over the stock, comma, keeps you awake. Yeah, I get it. I get it now. I guess what we could do... Where is the armory? It's up in the crew quarters. I think it's time to move on, find ourselves some light. I always forget that's a double-sided elevator. What's a comma? Deploy the weapon rack. Oh, we need to use the bathroom too. All right, lovely. Let's go. can't wait. I can't wait for that bathroom gameplay. I've been looking at cheap Android devices. The cheapest one I've found so far is about 90 Australian dollars. Commander Alice, when is the free flyover? Kind of want to see how much improvement the servers have in 4.1.1. Though an event without constant crashes is a first. It'll be over after Invictus is over, so at the end of the month. I don't know why that elevator is down. This ship does seem to have an issue with its front elevator. Closing all doors doesn't close the elevator. It looks like it doesn't close the assault doors. Oh, there we go. Metaphysical, my friend, good night. I hope you enjoy your work today. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, I've been surprised that they already did a free fly test last month and everything was fine. It's all fine at this free fly also. Yeah, I've been amazed that it's been remarkably stable. There's been a little bit of input lag, but it's certainly been much better than it has in the past. Do you have a tablet for more screens and buttons? Well, that's what I was talking about. I've been looking at tablets, right? Little Android devices, $90 on Amazon. So that I can build myself, I'm going to build a little sim pit. Once I get this room sorted out and I build the new shed out the back and all the crap that's in here goes into that shed, I'm going to shuffle things around in this room for the 400th time, and I'm going to build a little cockpit with a bunch of Android devices to run Gamer Glass on, and have all of my buttons that I can press and tap and, you know, set it all up real nice and neat. So do I have a tablet for more screens and buttons? No, not at the moment. Yippee slowly and add all words at Motherfig. Type. Oh boy, amazing. Mr. Bill Cedarheath, how are you, my friend? First time seeing your channel. Are you the same YouTuber I used to watch many years ago on Wargaming channel? Possibly. Mr. Bill, how are you, my friend? Yes, possibly. If you're referring to either Rubbish In, Rubbish Out, or Battle Bunker TV, or Knights of Dice, then yes, my friend, that is me. G'day everyone, Viv here. I hope you're all keeping well. Welcome back. That was my standard intro to every video. G'day everyone, Viv here. I hope you're all keeping well. Welcome back. And then a stream of consciousness ramble. Rubbish In, Rubbish Out. The good old Riro. Mr. Bill, how are you, my friend, joining us on YouTube? Alright, we need to find some daylight. We need to find some daylight. Let's get ourselves over to OM1. That didn't take long. Lovely, lovely. Let's just go straight down, hey? Straight down. Let's get some cruise control action. Yeah, so what I was saying, looking at... it's been ages. Hope you're well. I am very well, thanks, mate. Last time I recall catching your stream, you had a horrible cough that was rather persistent. Sounds like you're past that. Indeed, mate. I'm feeling very well right now. I'm feeling very well. This is a terrible idea. So yeah, I've been looking, you know, at different sorts of inspiration, right? At people's gamer glass setups, so you can have like your Android or Apple devices, you know, loaded up with gamer glass, and obviously you've got gamer glass. This is a terrible idea, man. We're going to crash into this moon. And then you can have all your different displays and all that sort of stuff, so you can actually have, you know, not physical, but you know, a very tactile sensation in terms of, you know, opening and closing landing gear. But yes, obviously you have the keybinds on your keyboard, but there's something more tactile and something more pleasing about, you know, having, you know, some, you know, displays. Oh, it doesn't take us to the picture. Having a display there, right? So you can get a lifetime. Gamer Glass is a subscription service. It's not expensive. It's about $50 a year, and then they have a lifetime package now, which I think is like $250. So if you plan on using it for 5 years or more, then it's probably worthwhile picking up the lifetime subscription. But if you're only planning on using it or testing it out, then $50 a year is not a lot to pay. I do not like all these little mountains that are ahead of us. Let's sort of head off in this direction a little bit. Well, how coincidental, Mr. Bill. Thank you for finding your way to this little corner of YouTube for me, where we play a little bit of Star Citizen and enjoy the madness that this game is. With YouTube recommending your channel for Star Citizen, it shows me we share a lot of similar interests. It would seem so. It would seem so. You set up your son's old tablet for the free one, but need to mount it to the sofa. And that's not happened. You need to mount it to the sofa? Paying a monthly charge to be able to press buttons is silly. So is drinking beer, but lots of people do it. You use gamer glass as well, Bill? Yeah, I'm looking forward to the tactile sensation of it. Deactivate cruise control.
Certainly, Commander.
Alright, let's see what's down here, hey? See if we can fill up our rock a little bit more. And then I think instead of transferring from the rock to the store rolls, might duck up to Gaslight and go see if we can get ourselves a bunch of bags. You also have a sim pit for Star Citizen? That's awesome, I love that. For saying beer is silly. Fine for saying beer is silly. Well, look, I drink a beer every now and then. In fact, I had one today. Looking forward to having, you know, that glass cockpit, like a G1000 in a Cessna or something. Totally unnecessary, but, you know, gorgeous to look at and amazing to use. Activate the Toby. A tray.
I am listening, Commander.
You've got a handful of jobs to do. Activate the Toby. It's a game changer for sure. Look, it just adds to that sensation, right? That level of immersion, that tactile nature of, being in control. Another patch of Fane Malign. I mean, like my sticks, right? They're totally unnecessary, but they've changed the way I play the game. Well, not changed the way I play the game, but they've changed the way the game feels for me. If you want a deeper immersion, you can also do a projection screen cockpit. It would be amazing. It would be absolutely amazing to actually build like a cockpit with the framing and everything, and then having a projector. I've seen setups that use 3 projectors to project onto a curved wall, so you actually sit inside a physicalized cockpit. So you don't actually see any screens or anything. The images are projected outside of the cockpit onto the wall. I've seen a few of those, but those are mostly for flying simulators and stuff like that. You have one for DCS World. Yeah, exactly. Amazing. Amazing. I don't know why the buttons on the elevators don't use the normal interface. Like the F interaction prompt to open the doors. They've got this button that you need to press here. It's a little strange. Excuse me. Like, for example, just then, instead of pressing the I key on my keyboard to, fire up the thrusters or the ignition, I could press the button on the glass tablet. Oh god, it's going to be so nice. So I need to spend some time. I'll jump into SketchUp, measure everything up, design a full rig in SketchUp, and then once I manage to get this room clear, I'll build like a sweet Star Citizen dedicated little rig to play in, my little cubby house. Somewhere to have my fun. Totally unnecessary and a little bit silly, as Rhino said, but what's life without a little bit of silliness? Yeah. Like somebody was saying earlier in the chat, why do you always watch these space nerds on YouTube? Why can't you watch normal YouTube? Because it is fun. Yes. What the hell is normal YouTube? I don't know what normal YouTube is. Voice Attack is another app you might want. Yeah, I use Voice Attack. That's what we've been listening to. Atreyu.
Hey, lifting commander. How can I help?
Tell me a joke.
110010100.
You're an idiot. Yeah, I've used voice attack for years now. It's so good. I love it. It brings immersion in a sense like you see in Star Trek. You tell the ship shields up, and the ship does it. Power to shields.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, I'd be, yeah, Atreyu controls a lot of what I do in combat. Although not a fraction of what he could do, or what, you know, my Toby could do, in terms of targeting and stuff, but, yeah, he's super fun. It's a pain in the ass most of the time. Never listens. Do you, Atreyu? It's not worth the credits. We've really settled into our chill now, haven't we? This is where we should be. Just breaking and taking gems. In ourselves a little bit of cash buck dollary doos. As we wait for Invictus to complete. And then we'll see how I rebuild the fleet at the end of it. It would be nice to be able to secure a Kraken at its current price. And like I said earlier on, if anything does pop up in concept now, I think I just need to have a fund there, a store credit fund, to be able to pick up any concepts. It doesn't really matter what it is, I suppose, as they're announced, so I can lock in that price in my buybacks. And we'll see. Hopefully I get lucky. Maybe, let's see. Will they have the Kraken available to buy with store credit? Or will it be restricted or throttled to a war bond? Who knows? Like my experience with the Idris, plenty of chances to buy it with the war bond. But I didn't see the ability to buy it with store credit pop up at all. Mr. Bill, it's good to see you on YouTube again. I actually am seeing this because I was firing up my sim pit and launched YouTube to kill some time while the org I'm getting ready, I'm in, gets ready for our event. Oh, amazing. What org are you in? What's your org? Thank you for finding me again here at Crouch After Dark. After having followed me previously in my tabletop gaming pursuits. You're off to mine as well. Got to close the stream to launch my gamer glass again. Good to see you and be safe in the verse. Thank you, mate. I appreciate you, buddy. We will see you hopefully again next time. Oh, you're in the Red Legion. Lovely, lovely. Say hi to Red Monster for me. Barbara Enough, you've seen a few people snag an Idris on credit. They win instantly. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I didn't even see the option pop up. They must have really restricted the number of Idrises they were selling on store credit. Which I don't blame them for, right? They're looking for new money. Not people just recycling their money. No cash buck dollary doos. What's the time? It's 12:30, eh? Tried every wave, Blue Trino. Got as far as to the shopping cart once. Brutal. Brutal. Yeah, I'm not holding out much hope for the Kraken. But look, we'll give it a try, right? We'll give it a try and see how we go. But after having seen how expensive the ships get, like I said, if I do see things pop up in concept, then I want to have that little slush fund available in the in-store credit to be able to pick things up and drop them into my buybacks. So that if something does ever release that I'm super keen on, and I've done a little bit of overtime or I've got a bit of extra cash buck dollary doos, then I can pour some more money into this silly game and grab that out of my buybacks whilst maintaining my my store credit slush fund. Hopefully you can snag a Guardian MX. Well, the Guardian MX isn't going to be hull limited, so shouldn't have any trouble getting the MX. RPG fan, old school rock mining. It's been a while. It has been a while since we've been out here breaking and taking ourselves some gems. And with all the madness that's happening at the moment, I thought it's time just to chill out for a little bit. Go do a little bit of rock mining. Collect ourselves some cash buck dollary doos. As global chat goes crazy about how the game doesn't work. As people fly around in their Idrii. As people carry on and complain about CIG's morals and marketing methods. Which we did have a bit of a chat out earlier on in the stream, but we've hit that point now where we're super into the super chill zone. Chat has chilled out a little bit. And we're just breaking and taking ourselves some gems. So we'll fill up this rock, we'll head up to Gaslight, and we'll go get some of these new rock mining bags. So instead of swapping over or transferring gems into store all crates, we'll just fill up bags and swap the bags out. Yeah, Free Fly has slowed all the big cities for sure. I go to Pyro or far away from cities during Free Fly. That's why we're out here doing an activity that's not game based, so to speak. It's not a contract. It's not a mission from the Moby Glass. We're just out here in the sandbox having a little play. I wonder how this little sneaky one got all the way out there. And what I really want right now is a hot chocolate and a Tim Tam Slam. I think after this patch, I think we've got 2 more patches to fill up the rock now. You know, we're not getting as many gems per node. We're getting more nodes per patch to, you know, offset that. But it takes longer now per patch to get the same amount of gems, which I don't really have an issue with. But I think it's time for a hot chocolate. Junkyard, you want a big plate of burnt beef tips. What are beef tips? With a sticky glaze. That does sound amazing, but I'm not sure what beef tips are. What are beef tips? Actually, I could really go a big plate of spicy chicken wings right now. Cowcock. Google burnt ends. Burnt beef tips. A little bit of cow willy. A little bit of cow willy, eh? Just cubed up beef. Bit of beef chunks, hey? Brisket. Brisket is delicious, man. I think I'm just trying to understand what burnt beef tips were. But yes, I was talking about cow penises. Bit of cow schlong. Hey boy, what's going on here? I want an LOL burger from Hayberg and some of their Mackies. Smoked for 12 hours, cubed up, then smoked for an additional 4 hours or so. Delicious. Delicious. So this is how one ends up after melting $5,500 of ships in a rock. Indeed. That one no working. That one no working. Well, I have added a couple of extra ships to the hangar. 2 of those, both the Perseus and the Apollo Medivac they'll go into the buybacks. But I did pick up a Polaris as well. That'll go into the buybacks. Well, the Polaris will go into the buyback. Because the Perseus, the loaner for the Perseus is the Polaris. And if I melt the Polaris rather than the Perseus... Well, it makes sense to melt the Polaris, right? Because I still get one for the Perseus. But the Polaris is worth more cash buck dollary doos than the Perseus is. If I melted the Perseus, I'd get $650 worth of store credit. Whereas if I melt the Polaris, I get 950 bucks worth of store credit. And given that Perseus gives me the Polaris, I might as well melt the Polaris. Mr. Acorn, my friend, isn't that why they fry... Isn't that what they fry up in front of Bunnings on Saturdays? I'm sure it's got a bit of cow schlong in it. But yes, we'll see. If I manage to pick up the Kraken on the Drake Day, then the loaner for the Kraken... Oh, the box is full! It's full! Then the loaner for the Kraken is the Perseus. Super5 is saying it doesn't make sense to melt ships one bought, thus you don't. I keep them all for historical and nostalgic reasons. Well, you know, it's basically to lock in the price, right? Especially for concept ships. For example, the Polaris. If you backed the Polaris, if you bought a concept ship when it was when it was $500, you'd get a loaner for whatever the Polaris loaner was. But if you wanted to use that money that you'd already spent to get something else, then you could melt that ship and you'd get $500 in store credit to spend on other ships. And then if you wanted to buy the Polaris in the future, when it had gone up to $900, you'd still be able to buy it back from your buybacks for the price that you bought it at the time when you melted it. So it is a way of securing the price, so to speak. I also thought it was a little complicated, but now that I've let go...
Twitch is broadcasting an alert.
RPFR 68 in Twitch has broken their pin tags into 100.
Sharing out them bits.
For sharing. Kraken is very cool. 3,000 plus.
The Kraken is indeed cool. RPG fan, thank you, mate, for the 100 bits. You're a legend. I appreciate you, mate. It's so generous. Thank you. Yeah, the Kraken's cool, man. Yeah, I too thought that it was, unnecessary, complicated, confusing. And, I had that whole nostalgia sort of thing for my fleet and my ships. But at the end of the day, there were ships that, I was waiting for to come out, like the Polaris, that, my I'm never going to buy concept ships sort of attitude has resulted in me not being able to buy the Polaris, because instead of being able to buy it for, $400 or whatever it was when it first came out, I now have to buy it for $950. Whereas if I managed my money in my Star Citizen account a little bit more efficiently and just let go of my nostalgia perspective, I mean, it's a digital thing after all, I could have saved myself $500. Beef tips or maybe coconut shrimp might be a good as an alternative. Crunchy with a citrus dip. I think I've still got time to get something from Hayberg. What's the time? 1:45. I think I deserve to get myself a little takeaway treat. The ROC is full. But what's $500 after like 42 years of development? It is peanuts. Yes, until you times that $500 by 10 other ships that you want, then the money adds up. Okay, so if that last node doesn't seem to have made any difference to the number of gems that we have. Interesting. So what do we need to put in there? 117 gems. $1,200 gems. RPG fan, after learning the interior a bit, it takes some time to go from pilot seat to hangar in the Idris, in the Polaris. Big ships, man. Big ships. Can't get too attached to money either. Got to think of them poor devs that need food on the table. Fuck those guys, man. There's plenty of ways to earn money. Lots of jobs out there. I don't need to think about those guys at all. What is in here? Oh, a second toilet. It's not like those devs are chained to their desks. I learned that after my first decade in business, that my staff and employees, much as I value them, I am relatively meaningless to them. Because I'll just leave and go get another job. I couldn't do that. I couldn't just go, I'm just going to leave this company and go make a new company. As much as I valued them and they valued me, they could at any point just say, I'm done here. I'm going somewhere else. Thank you very much. See you later, Mr. Crouch. Right, we're off. No devs, no game. That would suck even worse than losing a few $1,000s. Well, if there was no devs and no games, then there'd be something else, wouldn't there? Maybe I'd play golf. Who knows? Maybe I'd get back into tabletop gaming, which is just as expensive. Set a course for Gaslight.
Acknowledged.
But yes, I do wish this game every success. Deactivate cruise control.
Cruise control has been deactivated, sir.
Thank you.
I'm on board for your convenience, sir.
Sometimes I doubt that. I really need to spend some time looking into the new AI plugins for voice attack. And it'd be super enjoyable to have a ridiculous conversation with my AI. And if we don't care about our health, says Junkyard in Space, bacon wrapped honey bun, smoked until crispy with the slightest little honey brushed on. Yeah, that's true. Isn't it Super 5? If this game wasn't here, we'd all be doing something else. Should try photography. So many cool lenses you can buy for $3,000 a piece. Yeah, I know. I know. I've got an old Canon 60D, old camera now, that had a real nice lens on it. That I dropped one day and broke it. And after that I was like, fuck this. It's been sitting in a box ever since. So all this talk about food, man. I'm not really hungry, but you know, I wouldn't mind eating something that's delicious. Yeah, that 5D Mark II that you broke, Rhino. Brutal. Contact landing services.
Contact submitted. Stand by for confirmation.
An available space has been located.
Oh, good. Crouch's large hangar. Is this underneath? No. What is going on? All right. Now, I guess what we could do is we could put the gems into the warehouse here, and then I could come back with like a 8 SCU box. Oh, do I dare try? Do I dare try? Do we just jump down or do we go a different way? I think I'm keen to go a different way. Plus we need to get the bag out of the rock anyway. We're going to go down here eventually. You had a 3K camera you got off for 750 quid. That's a nice saving. It's kind of like using the buybacks to lock in a price. Super 5, you had a Sony, Canon, you have an Olympus and Nikon still. You sold your f2.8 Nikon collection, but overall, it's a cheapish hobby versus Star Citizen. Let's go. Okay, empty out this ore pod. It's not a sack, it's not a bag, it's not a box. It's a pod. Send it to the warehouse! You spent 2.5K in astrophotography equipment during lockdown, hey Rhino? You haven't done any since 2021. This is the way with hobbies, isn't it?
I'm receiving an alert from the Stream Snack support fund, sir.
The legendary Team Nomad has contributed $5 to the Stream Snack Support Fund. Thanks for the Tim Tams. Legendary Team Nomad has entered the chat and is watching.
You're a legend. Thank you so much. How are you, Dutchman? I hope you are well. There's no more Nomad, man. The fleet is gone. Oh, actually, I think I do have a Nomad because I bought one in game. That's right. The great melting of 2025, hey? Now, I mean, I guess we could just go back out and keep filling up this bag. But from the perspective of, you know, outfitting the ship, let's buy a couple of extra bags. Dutchman, you're a legend, man. Thank you for the contribution to the Stream Snack Support Fund. Your support has been incredible, mate. I hope you've been well. I think I saw you in the GAI chat last night. I jumped onto the Discord. There was a big group chat going on. What are we doing? We're storing the TAC. Did they ever put the ship storage in the Nomad? Not that I have seen. Not that I've seen. Can't sell Famaline in Pyro. Hey, Rhino. No, we're not going to sell anything here. We're just going to use Gaslight as our base of operations to store everything. You're tired as hell, Dutchman. I'm most likely going to fall asleep in the next 5 minutes. Well, I hope if you do, you have a lovely rest. And if you don't, when you do get a chance to have a rest, I hope you have a lovely rest. Let's go and see here at the cargo deck if they sell any ore pods. And we'll pick up a couple of extra. Well, I don't know why we need extras, right? If we're going to be filling up a pod and bringing it back here to empty, you know, it takes a considerable amount of time to fill up a pod now. Nope. Doesn't look like they have any. Lucky, how are you? Controversial opinion. The Geo is superior to the ROC. The Geo is a wonderful, wonderful machine. I do enjoy using it. Super 5, you're on a break from Star Citizen until the Ironclad and the Raylin is added, or something you and Shiny had just got to have. You got the new Greycat MTC, Dutchman. You're looking forward to the Anvil Asgard. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Asgard as well. I think that's going to become my rock mining vehicle of choice there, the Anvil Asgard. Skate new baby equals no sleep. This is the way. Yeah, indeed, Dutchman. How's the little Viking going, mate? How's the little Viking going? I hope you and the Shield Maiden are both doing well and managing where you can and when you can to get some rest. Little bubbies, man. Alright. Can you put the bag in an SU box, then empty it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I wonder if you can. Let's have a look. If we can open up a store or box and drag a geopod into it, or an ore pod into it.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
RPG fan says the Geo is a McTastic. Lets me jump in and out of ship without getting hurt. It is. I love the boosters, the hover mode on the Geo. Dutchman also agrees the Geo is superior. Indeed, it has a hand and rock mining laser. What is the hotkey again? I've forgotten. To switch from full power to half power on the Geo, so that you can switch from big nodes to hand minables. I've forgotten what the hotkey was. And the little Viking is doing amazing, is he, Dutchman? That's so good. I'm glad to hear, mate. Glad to hear. Oh, Skeet, yours is 3 months now. Wow. Skeet's also running on no sleep. It's just starting to sleep normal, hey? Oh, it's such a nice change when they go to that stage where they sleep for 3 hours or so, 4 hours. All right, let's have a look. This is amazing. That's the wrong key. It's also the wrong key. I don't know. I guess we could use that. Whatever. No. No. No worky. Alt 4 is the switch, not Alt F4. Alt F. Okay, lovely. Actually, what we might do real quick so I don't forget it. Is we'll add a new command in here. Switch to hand mining mode. Enable hand mining mode. Key press Alt 4. Done. Usually I have to get up to feed/change around 3 a.m. ski and then back to sleep till about 8 or 9. Oh, that's good. That's lovely. Oh, man. Holy cow, Batman. 120 QT tank on the Idris. It's chunky. It's a big ship. It's a big ship. It is a vessel for sure. Might go check out somewhere else. I guess we could stay on Ignis. Actually, I am getting hungry now. I am getting hungry. Dutchman, you sent me the awesome space picture of Space Captain Eric. Space Captain Eric, hey? Eric the Viking. That was such a good movie. That's so cute. That's the sort of sim pit I've been talking about. You know, Dutchman sent me a picture of his little Viking here on Discord. I want to set up a proper sim pit like that with all my displays and everything on it. Touch buttons and all that sort of stuff. What a cutie. What a cutie. I like that little jumpsuit he's in. RPG, you change diapers every day for 3 years. So much work, but kids are worth it. He's 6 now and non-stop climbing. A real daredevil. Oh yeah, I'll show it on stream. You're gonna have a look at this little this little space captain. No, that's the wrong thing. Look at this little one. Look at that little jumpsuit. Oh, look at him. GII represent. What a cutie. That's amazing. Rhino, you finally got red level contracts? And I'm still doing yellow level contracts. And I haven't really done a lot of those either. You're so proud and happy with that picture. You should be, mate. You should be. What a legend. Set a course for Ignis.
Acknowledged.
It's a great picture. That jumpsuit is amazing. Alright, I gotta have a quick look here, ladies and gentlemen. Is Heiberg open? Yes, it is. That sounded like something just shut down. I want their Mackies. So good. Mac and cheese croquettes. Let's see how fast you die here, Rhino. I need to. I would like to do those new. There's the new contracts, right? The Gilly Flight School ones. Under Mercenary. I don't know if I'm going to get them out here in Pyro, but. Yeah, I might not get them out here in Pyro. Alright, they're open. I'm going to get myself something. What's going on here? No, I don't want to start a free trial. Yes, it looks good. It looks good, ladies and gentlemen. Tasty burger and some mac and cheese croquettes on the way. Yes. Yeah, so yeah, the flight school ones are only for Invictus launch week. Yeah, I want to do those. I'm up to level 2 so far. I did the first one. And I was like, yeah, that was pretty cool. But now I've got to do 2 to 8. 2 to 8. I guess we could get some people aboard this TAC, hey? What, 1, 2, 3, 4? There's 4 turrets, right? There's the 2 remote ones and the 2 manned. And your soft death. I'm kind of keen to do some combat now. Chill stream. We'll do a little bit more rock mining. 15 likes on the old YouTuberoo. Thank you so much to everyone who's been chilling out with me tonight for this chill stream. We can't exactly go doing some combat on a chill stream, can we? That's the problem with the TAC is at Acorn. It's terrible in combat. What just happened? It's not good in combat, is it, Acorn? Yeah, a couple of people have said that during the chat tonight. I think you said it earlier on as well. It's terrible in combat. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. I think I really do need to pick up the Hammerhead. You know, when we were doing the great fleet purchase of 2024, you you know, Acorn had convinced me to, you know, go the A2 over the, not the A2, yeah, the A2 over the Hammerhead. But I like the Hammerhead way more than I like the A2 from an aesthetics perspective. You know, the Hammerhead is just flat and it just, I don't know, man. Rhino's saying that the TAC is terrible in solo combat. It's a support ship, not a brawler. Yeah, I mean, it's slow, so, you know, I wouldn't want to be out here trying to solo, you know, anything that's big and slow. And I had so much fun the other week in the Cutlass Black when we were doing ship bounties with Curtis. That was so much fun. I really enjoyed that. The Cutlass Black, quick, nimble, you know, 4 size 3s, you know, put up a bit of a fight, take a bit of a hit. Side turrets are for shooting down at ground targets. They have terrible turning radius. The side turrets are the letdown. Fits the pilot, so it's all fine. Yeah, I think people were saying earlier on that the turrets are the letdown. But again, being a ground-based combat sort of support vehicle, size 5s are not for shooting ground turrets. What do they say about it? Let's have a look. What do they say about it, eh? Misk. Hello, please updater. Please go updater. What? Too many SE players have no idea how to use the ships properly. Yeah, that's why a lot of the combat channels do well. They teach you how to use your vessel. What's going on? To use your ship. Mr. Jim Flag on YouTube, how are you, my friend? Rockin' today? We are. I was going to have a quick look at the TAC on the website, but it doesn't seem to be loading for some reason. Activate cruise control.
Activating cruise control, sir.
Alright, let's head on down. We just went and dropped off the first pod full of gems. Tried to see if Gaslight had any, you know, was selling empty ore pods for the ROC, but they do not. I do have a couple of store rolls on the ship at the moment. We're in the Starlance attack. Uh-oh. RSI website is not loading for me. So either my internet has gone down and we are no longer live, or something else is going on. We hear you. Yeah, something must be going on with me browser. Maybe I'll close all my browsers. Whoa. Seems okay on YouTube, does it too, Jim? Yeah, maybe just my Chrome, because it's been open for ages. I'll probably just need to close it all. We can close all of those. Deactivate cruise control.
Cruise control has been deactivated, sir.
Major torque imbalance. We're pushing the ship outside of its limit. Outside of its flight envelope. Let's see what the desert has to offer us. Maybe we should collect ourselves some cow eggs while we're out here. Does Pyro have an animal control problem with quasi-crazes? I mean, is the hammerhead really required? You know, if I'm going to end up with the Polaris, that's a loaner for the Carrack, then, could always just use the Polaris, right? It's got enough turrets to get a bunch of people on board and shoot a few bounties. We've overflown those gemses by a long way. What the hell's going on? Cruise control's on. Checkmate doesn't have bags either. Does have the geo boxes. I told you I'm buying it. I need cruise control though. I need cruise control. I'm not rated for cruise control. I don't have my cruise control ticket. Yeah, the more I play this game, the more I think about Gamer Glass, the more excited I am to actually have touch buttons. Like right in front of me here. So I don't have to look down at my keyboard and look past the mic and the bloody arm and stuff. And, you know, because the mic sits right in front of my face and I can't see my keyboard properly. And I'm like, where's that key? And, you know, I can touch type reasonably fine. But when one hand is, you know, constantly on the, you know, AWSD and, you know, another hand on my mouse and, you know... Whereas the space above me, just underneath my eye line, just underneath the chat here, you know, where my stream deck is and stuff, and, you know, the Rodecaster. It's exciting. Where's our music at? Always check your cruise and coupled before you land, noob. Oh, 27%. Let's jump into a med bed for a little bit. Look at these med beds here. I do like this ship. It's a bit disappointed that, you know, it's not great in combat. Let's have a look on the old Roberto. It's loading for me now. Let's have a look. Shop. Ships. Oh, hang on. What does this little Nanjfengler say over here, hey? No. Oh, man. No, that's the wrong ships. Alright, let's have a look what it says. For the TAC, hey? So it says combat and patrol, right? So patrol would sort of lead you to believe that, you know, this is a patrol level ship, i.e. able to cruise around and patrol around points in space, and built for deep space patrol. Okay, so immediately doesn't say anything about ground-based support. Deep space patrol. The TAC takes the robust Star Lancer chassis and outfits it for serious offense and defense. Heavy weaponry, a dedicated snub hangar, med beds, and 8 military spec jump seats mean you're ready for anything. So the jump seats are a little bit of an oxymoron, right? Especially when you talk about deep space patrol. But again, you know, the jump seats, you know, you could have dudes sitting in those jump seats for boarding missions and that type of stuff. But these two don't really go together, do they? Built for deep space patrol and military spec jump seats. Enhanced weapons, including size 5 turrets, fend off any attacker. Dedicated Fury hangar for intercepting enemies and added defense. 8 drop seats get your squad planet side in an instant. .96 SCU of cargo. 2 dual size 5s, 2 dual size 4s, 4 quad size 3 missiles, and the captain has control of 2 dual size 4s. They can't fend off nothing, and they can't turn for shit. It is slow. I think we'll probably see some tweaks and stuff to it as the feedback continues to roll in. CIG are useless at naming ships into roles. Well, I'm pretty sure that this was designed for exactly what we're seeing here. You know, not as a ground support ship, but as a patrol-based, you know, gunboat. And in fact, I specifically remember them mentioning that in one of their videos about it. So if it's not performing its role as that gunboat, then it needs to be tweaked and modified so that it's capable of doing that role for which they've specified it's supposed to be for. Rather than saying, oh, you know, this would be better as a ground support vehicle. Let's make it a ground support vehicle, which it's clearly not supposed to be. Oh man, I can't wait until those fucking Mackies get here. I'm so hungry now. That's the wrong mode! And I think when my food gets here, I think there's an episode of a pre-recorded episode of Star Citizen Live from the Beijing. I think that they showed at the Beijing Bar Citizen about vehicles, so we'll have a bit of a watch of that. Astro Otto, my friend. How are you? What is going on with my collection mode? Jack of all trades and master at none is the tack, but I still do like it. I like the ship also. Obviously, I haven't used it in any sort of combat-related activities. But the people who have and have multi-crewed it seem to be having some grievances with it. So I'm sure, as with everything, it'll be tweaked and modified and... Hello! Jamses! Get in my hopper! The pod is on there. It is closed or retracted. Con 42 yesterday had some good info. Both Jared and Torsten were there. Ooh. If fully manned, I could see it holding its own, to be honest, but it's a potato when flying. It's definitely a potato. But people are saying there's some issues with the turrets and their field of view. The turret placement. Okay, so these gems are there. Why am I not able to extract them? It is indeed empty. Let's put some gems in there to get it started. See if that makes a difference. Are there new signatures for the node? Just loading your rock now. No, there's still 620, but because the numbers of nodes are much larger than they have been in the past, the RS numbers that you might be familiar with will be higher. But no, it's still 620 per node. Okay, so maybe taking the bag off and putting it back on has done something to it. Maybe emptying the bag and reusing the same bag has done something to it. You posted the bullet notes in the Discord. Thank you, Rhino. Thank you, mate. You gotta fit some new brakes to your bike now, motherfucker. Were your old brakes not working? Or did you upgrade the brakes? Has the rock got the geo problem? It looks like it. We'll break another node, we'll shut everything down, we'll restart it. But yeah, so far that was my issue that I was having with the Geo before, was that after you'd emptied out the geopod, the game would still believe it was full and I couldn't extract anything into it anymore. Okay. Yeah, it does look like that this ore pod is now potatoed. That's a bummer. Alright, let's go get our gems. We'll get our gems from Gaslight. We'll head back to Stanton. And we'll get a new bag and ditch this one. Yeah, I do like what the TAC has to offer. But if it's not able to play that that patrol role, if it's not able to act as a gunship, then that's a problem. I think I did catch a little bit of the stream of Moz's stream the other night, Acorn, when I think it was last night. I think it was last night when you guys were fighting in the Polaris, and then you switched to the TAC for a little bit. That it did get taken out rather quickly. It just doesn't have the ability to, you know, it's not nimble enough, and I don't think you could bring your guns to bear. Patrols with other ships, not solo. Okay, let's go. Oh man, my stomach is grumbling now, man. Grumbling. I think if these turrets, if it had the same turrets, right, as it does on the top, exactly the same as on the bottom, one at the front, one on the back. So instead of, I don't know if these actually extend out. I don't know how the turrets actually work. So, you know, I'm not really qualified to you know, discredit it too much. Nope, nope, we were in nav mode. Let's go back to nav mode. Set a course for the Stanton Gateway.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Do we have the fuel? We do not. Set a course for Rod's fuel and supplies.
The star map is being updated, sir.
No worky. Oh, hang on. No, we need to go back to Gaslight, don't we? Clear navigation.
Yes, Commander. Navigation cleared.
Set a course for Gaslight.
Acknowledged.
Because we need to pick up our gems. If we're going back to Stanton, we might as well bring our gems with us so we can sell them there. It's on the way. He's 3 minutes away. It's 3 minutes away. Perfect. By the time we get our gems and we get our big jump back to the gateway. Star Citizen Live, Invictus Ship Talk Q&A. Watch a little bit of that while I have my food. we've got a huge night ahead. I've got to drop Charlotte to school in the morning, so we've got at least another 6 hours where we can chill out. If I last that long. We may finish up the rock mining soonish. Like I said before, I wouldn't mind doing a little bit of combat. But we can't exactly do combat on a chill rock mining stream, can we? We need to stop and start again. Contact landing services.
Contact submitted. Stand by for confirmation.
I guess I can use one of the store rolls, right, to get the gems out. Because we had transferred the gems from the ROC's ore pod to... let's try this and we'll see what happens. Oh, it's here! Lovely. Yeah, we had transferred the gems from the ROC's ore pod into the inventory here. And so instead of putting them back in the pod, we can put them into the box. But opinions, people, feedback from the land of chat. What do people think is a good multi-crew combat vessel for running things like bounties and security-related missions? Where do you guys think the meta stands at the moment? Alright, let's we'll lower this down. Because like I was saying before, oh, it's right on time, my food's here. When I was looking for a multi-crew gunship, so to speak, Acorn had convinced me to grab the A2 over the Hammerhead. So I'm gonna go grab my food. I'll be back in just 1 second. Yes. All right. Let's take our little box of gems. A little over 1,200 gems back to Stanton. Would have loved to have gotten more, but our pod on our rock seems to have become a little bit uncooperative and needs to be replaced. And I couldn't find one here at Gaslight, and somebody was saying before that they couldn't see one at Checkmate. So we'll head back. All right. Oh, hang on. We got to refuel. Which, oh, do we still need to store the ship now? When we're refueling, do we still need to refuel? Do we still need to store the ship after we refuel for its quantum tanks and fuel to work properly? Let's have a look what it says. Yeah, so quantum fuel, it still says 1.25 out of 3.59, even though we've just filled up. Let's turn the ship off. Power down. Power it back up. Yeah, so both our hydrogen and our quantum fuel don't look like they've been topped up. Man, that's disappointing. That's disappointing. So we need to store the ship and retrieve it for the fuel to actually be registered properly.
Twitch is broadcasting a new follower alert, sir.
Okay.
Astro_Rode is now following on Twitch.
Astro Water, my friend.
After dark.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you for chilling out with me tonight. Welcome to the Crouched Potatoes. And we want to go down to exit ship. Man, this is a bummer. I really would have hoped that they would have fixed this in this recent patch. This has caught me out so many times. Hello? Obviously some animation issues with the tack. Let's go. Run. Run. Alrighty. Man, these mac and cheese croquettes are so nice. Stop. They come in a pack of 3, but whenever you order it, they always give you 4. Sometimes 5. It depends on who's there and what time of night it is. Sometimes I stop on the way back from work if they're still open. And normally then, you know, they'll give me 5. How are you, mate? Oh, I'm good. Just finished work. Oh, when did you start? Oh, you know, 5 o'clock yesterday. I'm super tired, man. And then they give you 5. Mr. Acorn, okie dokie, Mr. Crouch. Got to head to bed. Well, thank you, buddy. Thank you for joining me tonight. I shall see you next time. Have a good rest. Alright, let's get that back out.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
I've got to eat one of these Mackies. They're so good. I could make myself sick by eating 20 of those. All right, the long journey. The long journey back to the gateway. And then we'll head back to Everest Harbour, back to home base. we'll swap out the bag on this rock. And maybe we'll continue our adventures around Stanton, hey? Maybe some rock mining on Aberdeen. We can battle the Junior Valakar. The Baby Valakar. Actually, there's a mission now for Rayari, I think, to collect like 20 Valakar things. So we could double that up with a little bit of rock mining. We'll have a look when we get back there. I think it's a Rayari collection mission. It might be a Wicklow mission, I can't quite remember. So our fuels have been reset 3.59 out of 3.59. Lovely. Set a course for the Stanton Gateway.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Let's go. We might have a quick look at this episode of Star Citizen Live Invictus Ship Talk. Vehicle Director John Crew in this not-so-live episode as he answers top vehicle gameplay questions from the Chinese community originally shown during last week's Star Citizen event in Beijing.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a special pre-taped edition of Star Citizen Live. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. I'm going to assume that you've seen Star Citizen Live before in a rare first-time thing, so I'm not going to explain what the show is. Should I explain what the show is? I can't change my format.
Explain the show!
I have to explain the show. It's where we take about 30 minutes out of our time.
It's like the Tim Tam Slam. It has to be done.
Make them answer questions.
Right, I'm going to duck off screen while I munch my food.
In this case, our wonderful Chinese community. Somebody, I didn't get the name, sent us a massive, wonderful list of questions covering a huge variety of topics. Obviously, it's while we're hard at work getting the next release of Star Citizen now, working towards the closing of Squadron 42, whatnot. We can't pull a whole bunch of people necessary to get that full breadth of questions that you guys sent out. We were able to snag longtime friend and human meat puppet vehicle director John Crew on the show. John, say hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Human meat puppet here.
Human meat puppet here. To answer your questions related to vehicles and vehicle gameplay and stuff. So with that, we're going to jump right in because I imagine there's a bunch of people sitting in a big convention hall and everything, probably don't got the most comfortable chairs and like, all right, Jared, just get to it. What if we told a story right now? Would that be? No, okay, we'll get right to it. So, vehicle gameplay questions from the Chinese community with John Crew. In questions in no particular order. Right off the bat, will there be more types of ground vehicles?
Yes.
I bloody hope so. And I want to see dedicated ground play gameplay. Again, harking back to what they were talking about at CitizenCon last year. Thousands of points of interest. I want to be able to spend time planet side. Like, I'd love to have like gameplay sessions where I don't need to be in a ship, where I can just drive between settlements or outposts or missions. Obviously, we need planets that we can drive on for that to happen, and we need the points of interest, and we need the missions, and we need the vehicles, but more ground gameplay and more ground vehicles for that gameplay, please.
Obviously we have a range of ground vehicles at the moment, but they're pretty much a select few manufacturers and either wheeled tank tracks and a couple of hover ones. but they don't really cover the full range. Like I know you've had Alberto on SCL in the past doing like
The chopper.
the chopper and like the Origin hover tank, and I'm not going to say which ones we want to do, but we do want to do more in the sort of gaps we have, like let's say combat hover vehicles rather than transport ones.
Yeah, I've always had I feel like we've been doing this for 10 years now. I feel like at some point you and I have had casual conversations about some kind of like mobile base that kind of hovers around, like a floating platform with doors and rooms and stuff like that. Something more akin to to a proper ship size, like a Cutlass size or a Freelancer size, but ground and hovering. You know, so I always remember, you know, I grew up with G.I. Joe and stuff, and those mobile base things, like the Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder would be a great name, by the way, especially if it hovers, which just really confuse people. Something like that. I think there's a lot of room for that kind of.
It's definitely something we've talked about and looked at in the past. We have obviously ground vehicle garages and we have ship hangars, and the slight problem that has always
I could totally get down with like a large ground vehicle, like the TAC, right? Or the Starlancer Max. It's got, you know, beds in it. It's got a kitchen. You know, it's got all the stuff, like a big frick off ground mining vehicle that you just drive around to you know, mine things on the ground. I could totally get down with that. It's got a couple of turrets in it. You know, like a mole on wheels or on tracks, right? You know, it's a planet-side vehicle for mining, and you drive around. I would love that. No more hover vehicles, says Rhino. We just need a hover tech that works properly. All right, let's go back in.
He's somewhat interfered with that.
Those Mackies were delicious, by the way. If you ever get a chance and you're here in Melbourne.
Our ground vehicle garages aren't big enough.
Hayberg in Coburg.
Our ship hangars are.
Yeah, like a sandcrawler Astro.
Not necessarily every ship hangar you can hover or drive a vehicle out of.
Especially not the ones with the
especially the ones with the ceiling exits. So it's coming up with a solution to that, and then we could have maybe not. I always forget the film with the big roving cities.
Mortal Engines.
Mortal Engines. I'm not gonna say that big, but
probably not.
Probably not that big.
But we've both been here long enough. Never to say never, ever. Plus, I think if we're being real candid and honest, I think we need more gameplay systems that utilize ground vehicle technologies. There's a couple. I was just had a meeting with Rick Porter, design director for the PU. Last week, where I wanted to pitch, like, if we get, when weather comes online and stuff, being able to keep ships out, but having like giant Sturgis style hog wild kind of events that require hundreds of ground vehicles in place and stuff would be super cool. And that's just casual conversation between me and the design director. It's not a commitment to an idea, but it's just I think there's a lot more we can do to incentivize the use of ground vehicles.
Yeah, we have a lot of ground vehicles at the moment, but there isn't a lot of use, and the use they have sometimes is not ideal.
Yeah. So when we can incentivize that use more,
there needs to be,
it'll be a natural kind of progression.
There needs to be far more to do on the ground. How far are we? We're still 25 gigameters away. Crazy. This is ridiculous. There needs to be far more to do on the ground.
Find out what other kind of ground vehicles we can add to this. All right. How do you design ship living quarters? What equipment and features are essential for gold standard?
So in terms of gold standard,
got to have a toilet.
Living quarters really depends on the role of the ship. Obviously, some ships don't have living quarters, and that really is a soft gate
for that poop
how
gameplay.
Far and long you can use that ship. If you don't have living quarters, eventually food, drink, hygiene, and I guess tiredness sort of become your limiting factors. So if you want a ship to go a long distance, you need living quarters, and then they come in different scales. We have the bare bones one with beds that currently let you log in and out. Beyond that, if you have food, you need somewhere to get rid of the food when it's being processed, so they all have toilets or showers. And then for the more grandiose and luxurious ships, you go from here's a bunk bed with a food machine in the wall, and you sit and eat your food, or stand and eat your food, to you have a room which has a seat, bed, toilet. Military ships follow real-world military ships, and everyone doesn't have their own quarters. You have bunk rooms with shared mess and galley, all the way up to luxury ships like the 890, where everyone has essentially their own apartment with everything in it. So it really depends on the role of the ship and the type of the ship. And it's got to have a bed. If it has food, it's got to have toilets. If it's a toilet, it might as well have a shower there as well.
And this is all in preparation for gameplay systems that will come online.
Yeah, at the moment they're very much role-play things, and we spend a lot of time internally arguing about toilets and showers.
Yeah. We're not going to put a when on this, but
Poop gameplay.
By the time your time here is done and my time here is done, if we don't have poop gameplay, I'm going to be...
Hey, poop gameplay! It's coming, ladies and gentlemen. We better have it. We better have it.
This is the face of somebody who wants poop gameplay. And Chris,
poop
if you're
gameplay.
There, watching. Sorry. On the other side of this, single-seat fighters, who obviously don't have living quarters or anything. Will single-seat fighters and similar ships allow for in-cockpit eating and drinking? I love seeing this question right now, because there's this, this thing that happens where, you're running, you're getting your ship, you're having to take off to clear an LZ or what.
I don't know how they're going to do that, right? Being able to eat and drink in a fighter or something like that. This is the shittiest mechanic we want in game. We need poop gameplay, man. When I first started playing ARC, before it became ARC Evolved and whatever it is now, I loved the little poop. Every now and then when you'd eaten food or whatever, you'd do a little poop, and then you could pick that up and use it as fertilizer. Whereabouts is the gateway? Excuse me. Oh, that burger is too good, man. Does the station point towards the gateway? It doesn't. I can never remember where the gateway at this place is. Head towards the light. That's Pyro over there. So is this the gateway over here then? Zoom in. Zoom out. There it is. Being able to eat and drink in a single-seater fighter is going to be a thing. Yeah, it needs to be. I just don't know how they do it, right? Because at this point in time, you need to access your inventory to be able to get access to whatever you've got stored in your backpack and whatnot. And then you have that whole animation where the inventory opens and it zooms out into a third-person view of your character standing there, right? How would they do that in a ship? Does it zoom out to outside of the ship and you're sitting there in the cockpit? But yes, it's a problem not being able to access food and drink. Hello? While you're seated is a problem. So many times I've been sitting down and on a bench or whatever and gone, oh, I'd love to be able to eat something while I'm sitting here on this bench. If you recall, it was mentioned in yesterday's stream. Yesterday's stream? Did they have a stream yesterday? Oh God! Did Did they have a stream yesterday? Did I miss a stream? I don't think I've ever done this completely in third person before. I'm not great at flying in third person. I know some people fly in third person all the time. Yeah. Oh, it was that Con 42 stream. Oh, okay. Maybe they add cup holders. Yeah, so you've got to get your food and stuff ready before you take off, because trying to access a backpack while you're sitting in a little single-seater fighter. Set a course for Everest Harbour.
Acknowledged.
That didn't work. Why must you do this? Let's move on out of here. Utilizing the newer inventory HUD, hey Lucky, that could work. Are you talking about the looting HUD or the looting UI? And taking your helmet off, eat, then put it back on in one animation could work. But you still need to be able to select what you're eating or drinking. Set a course for Everest Harbour.
Acknowledged.
Oh, it was, okay, on their Twitch channel, con42_DE, okay. I gotcha. Hi there, Calypsia, how are you? Welcome. It might be on YouTube. We'll see if we can find it. You can also, but you can also yourself use the looting UI to put on gear, etc. Just hold I. Yeah, that's true. What happens if I hold I right now? Okay, it turns off my ship's thrusters. You tired as fuck, Calypsy? You just got out of bed. I hate that when you wake up and you're even more tired than before you went to bed. Alright, let's keep going with this vehicle Q&A, hey? And then we'll have a look at Con 42.
Whatever, you didn't get a chance to
eating my
stop
burger.
and top up your vitals beforehand. There's nothing worse than you're flying in your Avenger or whatever and you die of thirst because you can't pop a cerveza.
Don't drink and fly.
Yeah. Well. So, will single-seat fighters and similar ships allow cockpit drinking and eating?
For me personally, yes, that is something I want. Ultimately, that is not my area of responsibility. It's more of a overall game direction thing. But I don't see why we wouldn't allow that in the future.
Are there plans for more ship weapon types? Obviously, we're seeing in the FPS weapons, the Volt weapons, which we talked about for a while, are finally making their journey from Squadron to the PU.
So that wasn't a yes or no. That was, in my personal opinion, I think that we should do it. So maybe there's something else on the Con 42 stream. Something more.
Are there additional ship weapon types that are percolating in someone's head here?
There are a couple that, if I get my dates right, people will be seeing very soon in game. Again, things trickling from Squadron into Star Citizen. Beyond that, we haven't really looked into new weapon types. It's more expanding the range of the existing ones. So at a very simplistic level, we have ballistic ones, we have energy ones, and distortion ones. And then within that, you have cannons, repeaters, Gatlings, and we have gaps in those lineups because you also have the size ranges within that. So it's filling those out, giving them different flavors first before we chuck in another archetype.
For me, I mean, obviously, I'm a Star Wars guy and whatever, but
Beam
my affinity
weapons.
for Star Trek has always made me want beam weapons. We talk about
Beam weapons.
Like it comes up every year, and maybe not for you.
Like
You
the-
don't want
like
to
the
see
beam
a
that's on
Gladius
the
flying around with
Idris,
a
right?
beam out of its nose or whatever. But for these larger ships, like a Hammerhead and above, the ability to have like beams and what it would just be such a cool visual.
Beams.
And that's one of the things I
Bit of beam citizen, hey. What? Where is the station? Set a course for Everest Harbour.
The star map is being updated, sir.
I mean, if they made like an inventory, if they made like an inventory slot to hotkey like a drink and a burrito, then that would make it easier, I suppose. Kind of like you press one to take out your main weapon, or 3 to take out your sidearm, or if they added some sort of hotkey in there to be able to, or a slot, so to speak, to put a stack of drinks and a stack of burgers that you could hotkey. Sitting in your seat, then you could just press that hotkey and it'd pull out a burger and If they made the new UI have more slots of your inventory and a little search bar, might use it way more than the old UI for inventory stuff. Yeah, the new inventory screen is not fantastic. Yeah, that's right, Ski. Sharks with frickin' laser beams. Frickin' laser beams on their head. You could also use the inner thought to eat. Yeah, that's true. Yep. If you are able to hot slot, so to speak, a stack of drinks or a stack of food items. Alright, let's go sell some gems. Man, it's been 4 hours and 40 minutes. We've got 1,200 gems. We did have to bail out of Stanton because of the issues with the gems not popping. Lucky you're definitely tired of the old UI. Yeah, that's fair enough. It's certainly a little lackluster. This would have been so much better if the if the landing gear folded out, sort of like the wings on a plane, like the landing gear on a plane do. They fold out from underneath and off to the side, so that underneath that thruster, kind of where that window is. I'm assuming that's a window. Yeah, it looks like a window. That the landing gear came out of there and sat further underneath the engines. That way you wouldn't get that roly-poly sort of action when the ship landed. That would have been sweet. Alright, let's go have a look. Sell ourselves some gems and replace the ore pod on this rock. It's a bit of a shame, really. Hopefully at some stage they get that fixed and we can use these pods as they're intended to be used. Like so many of the things in this silly game. Not working properly. Alright, let's have a look where our music's at, hey? Man, I really enjoyed that burger. The LOL from Hayberg. And their mac and cheese croquettes, their Mackies. So good. So good. Barbelnath, my friend. First node, you got 318 gems from one node? Or are you talking about patch? From your first patch or the first node? From the first cluster. Okay, from the first cluster. Well, that makes sense. I was thinking 318 gems from one node. That's crazy. Crazy talk, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, Clipsia. How are you? I hope you are waking up. Get that coffee ready. Oh God, which box is it going to be? Oh, thank God it was the... Oh, hang on, where are we? We're at Everest Harbour. Okay. God, I was thinking for a second then we might have been at Lawville, because if I'm at Lawville, I've got like 50 boxes in my inventory. And I didn't want to have to hover over each of them to see which one had the gems in it. Okay. Now, I guess we could bring the box back up for the time being. Actually, let's just leave it there because we're going to have to leave it there to get ourselves a new pod. Right, let's go sell some gems. Let's head off to the cargo deck. Let's buy ourselves a new ore pod. I don't know why this armor is looking like this right now. Because the legs that I've got on aren't the legs that it's supposed to be. These are supposed to be the Defiance legs in the Sunchaser scheme. Just like the arms and the helmet. I don't know where the chest piece has gone. I don't mind this scheme overall, I suppose. A little bit Bumblebee-ish. Alright, let's have a... I want to have a quick look also here. Mercenary, right? So here's the Gillies flight school scenario. So I've done 1 and 2. Anyone keen to jump on and we can start a new combat stream and crew up and jump in a ship and burn our way through these Gilly flight school missions? I wonder if these will be available after Invictus, or if these will just be available during Invictus. It'd be a shame if they weren't available after Invictus. I don't know why they'd take them away. It doesn't make sense why they would take them away. There's a mission in here. Is it in here? Or maybe it's one of the collector ones. 4. Oh my God, I've just blinked. what we were talking about before when I was talking about collector missions and we were talking about the quasi-grazers. I've forgotten. You do need to do them, Calypsia, and you don't know when you're going to get to them. Yeah, it would be nice if there was some reward at the end of them, which there isn't, and it's just basically credits and script. Cave Copion horns. Ooh. Well, these ones, actually I haven't seen them for a while now. They used to be in the mercenary tab. You get a mission from Hurston Dynamics to go clear out, some Copions. At least that way you get a mission to go and find them. I don't think we can see that mission here. It used to be under mercenary. There's these reduced or overpopulation ones now for the Copions, but you used to get missions from Hurston Dynamics that would send you to, caves to go cull some Copions. Alright, let's go sell these gems. Too many sidetracks. You're about an hour away from jumping in, Glutrino. That's okay. Well, we may or may not, who knows? We'll just see. We're on the fly right now. You can now stop your bike, Motherfig. Woohoo! That's that sounds like a good thing to me. You remember the cave missions, Calypso? You did one in the PTU. Yeah, they used to send you there to go kill a 5 or 6 Copion. But I haven't seen them for a while. So many missions not see. Alright, we'll go up to the Galleria. We'll sell our gems. And we'll head into the cargo deck and go buy a new ore pod for the ROC. Okay, so there we go, ladies and gentlemen. At this present point in time, I wouldn't be using the ore pod as it's intended to be used, i.e. in terms of being able to take it off and replace it with a new one. Well, actually, no, I guess you could do that. That's what you want to do. That's what you want to do, because right now, that's what we want to do. That's exactly what we want to do, because emptying out the ore pod, at least how I did it in the warehouse, seems to break it. And I wonder if it breaks it again, actually, we should try and fill one up and then empty the contents of it into the store ore box and see if that breaks it. There was a close call on Friday, was there, Motherfig, with a taxi that unexpectedly turned left? Well, yes, the ability to stop, I think, would be very nice to have. Fane Malign, 357k per unit. And I'm sure you'd get more if you took them to a mining outpost rather than selling them here at the station. That has always been the case. Hence the new brakes, hey? Make you sensey. Make you sensey. There we go. Gem sold. I'm on a push bike, hey, Motherfig. Any sort of bike, I think you'd want to have some sort of braking capabilities. What is going on with the music? I've got no musical. Da-dun, 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 da-dun. Alrighty. Grey Cat, ROC DS or Pod, 5 grand. Grey Cat ROC or Pod, 5 grand. It's an expensive pod.
How you been? Good? Days like today remind me why I left Terra. I got this con from my mum and she's... Look, she means well, but is not the best at expressing it. She just comes off as very self-righteous and dismissive of anything that's not simpatico with her worldview. That's how it goes, right?
I don't know why I'm looking at armor. Alright, contenors. All categories. Contenor. Grey Cat, ROC, or Pod. Okay, let's buy one of these. So the one that we've got now is useless. And it's useless because we emptied the gems out of it into the warehouse. And now we can't reuse it. So now I'm wondering, we'll replace that one with the one we've just bought. I'm wondering if, as we're progressively mining, like we used to do, transfer that cluster's gems into my backpack and then into a store or crate, if the pod will continue to function properly. Wow. And be able to transfer more than 1,200 gems. Or, once we've transferred 1,200 gems into and out of that pod, does it then break? i.e. has its capacity been used? This song is pretty crazy. Flora Nocta by Peachwood. I guess we can abandon the pod that we've got on there at the moment, given that it's not capable of extracting anything. Get my box back. Oops. Send this down. Once the pod is removed, you use it as storage, which killed it for me. Yeah, it seems a bit strange, right? What? Once the pod is removed, you can't use it as storage, which killed it for me. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like it's been fully implemented properly. Obviously some sort of glitches there, which is a bit of a bummer. All right. I wonder if you can put the DS pod on a rock. Anyone tried? You wanted 3/4 pods and use them as store rolls? What do you mean by 3/4 pods? 3/4 of an SCU? Oh, God. Oh, you wanted 3 or 4 pods and use them as store rolls? Well, it kind of makes sense that they don't function as a box, right? Because I can't imagine this being, you know, a box that's got an opening lid. I mean, it's going to have like a collection chamber which gems and stuff come through. Like a vacuum cleaner, right? Like a bag and a vacuum cleaner. That's our new bag on there. Yeah, it would be nice, and obviously we can have multiple pods. And, you know, fill up one and then swap it out for a new one. Fill that up and swap it out for a new one. But then be able to come back to your station and empty that pod and reuse it. Right now they just seem to be one-time use things, yeah? Because now that we've used this pod, it's useless. We can't use it again. And I'm not sure how I feel about them being a consumable. Always the player way that's better than the CIG way. Yeah, well, I mean, at the end of the day, we're the ones playing the game, right? And it looks like these still have an issue snapping to the grid. It looks like they can snap in multiple different locations. Rather than like the regular, like you can imagine like a chessboard, right? It's got specific squares in which you can load cargo or boxes. That's how the grids work. But these containers seem to be able to, you can see how it's snapping to, you know, lots of different areas. That just seems weird to me. It's not snapping to a specific slot. It's like the grid has been broken further down into sections. So I'm not sure how I feel about these being a consumable or a commodity, given that we can empty them and sell the gems. Like, I wouldn't mind so much if they weren't emptyable, right? You'd fill up a pod with 1,200 gems, and then you'd go and sell the pod. And you'd get 50% back for the pod, just like you do with any other container. You'd get 50% back for the pod, plus its contents. I wouldn't mind so much if it was like that. Excuse me. But the fact that you can empty them out implies that they're reusable. And if they're not intended to be reusable, then having it operate in said way, i.e. being able to empty it, feels wrong. If I can empty this pod, then I should be able to reuse it. If I can't reuse the pod, then I don't mind having to sell the pod. As long as I'm getting 50% back like I would for a normal container. I don't mind that. That's just the cost of the operation. That's just a factor that you need to cost into your operation. And I don't mind that at all. Like I said, the game needs money sinks. We can't just be earning money without having to somewhere spend money. You know what they say, Frank? If you want to make money, you got to spend money. Oh boy. So I don't know how much we made from those gems just then. What did we sell them for? 357 a piece. That's not a calculator. Oh, it's opened it anyway. 1,234 gems times 357, I think. 440 grand for our little rock mining expedition. Could have been more efficient if we were able to collect what we started on in Stanton. Let me change out that battery. I just noticed and just remembered, we're back like the old days in a dressing gown. Does anyone remember who's been around that long? All of the streams here at After Dark, I used to wear different sorts of dressing gowns. And when I say different sorts of dressing gowns, I've got 3. But, you know, I did want it to become a thing. You know? Different types of dressing gowns. Maybe I should remake that a thing. You know, like wearing hats. In the old days of my Rubbish In, Rubbish Out channel, I used to wear different sorts of fedoras. Got about 25 different fedoras. And I'd wear a different one in each video. And sometimes every now and then I'd change it up. I'd put on 3 or 4 different videos, 3 or 4 different hats in the same video. Sometimes, thanks to clever editing, changing the hat mid-sentence and seeing who would know if I'd changed the hat or not, waiting to see in the comments, did Viv's hat just change? Yes. So maybe I should get a couple more dressing gowns and we'll get back to the old dressing gown days. It's my thing, man. It's what I do. Alright, let's get back in here. And we'll go out for another expedition. Oh, yes. The Junior Valacar. The Junior Valacar. That's right. We were talking about going to Aberdeen. Maybe go do a little rock mining over on Aberdeen. I haven't been there for quite some time. And I was saying there's a collection mission for Junior Valacar. I'm pretty sure it was a Rayari mission. Proto-Caronite. Here we go. 103k. Collect 25 juvenile Valacar fangs and deliver to Rayari. So I guess, you know, this could be, a combined activity, right? Rock mining on Aberdeen and collecting juvenile Valacar fangs. Now, I've no idea how dangerous these things are, but Rono's saying Aberdeen is riddled with worms. Let's check it out. We're going to go to Aberdeen. We'll get ourselves kitted out for a bit of combat. Well, I guess we are kitted out for combat. All right, let's accept this offer. We'll head on over to Aberdeen. There's tablets for that, is there, Mother Fig? Chocolate worming tablets. I have them in the morning with my breakfast. Just shoot them with the ship. But then I've got to get back in the ship. It takes a long time to get back to the bridge. Can we shoot them with the laser beam? That'd be sweet. Out there rock mining and some juvenile Valakar come around and you swing the laser onto them and chop their heads off. This is the way. Alright, let's head on over to Aberdeen. We'll do a little bit of rock mining there. We'll see if we can rustle up some of these junior Valakar. And see if we can kill a couple of birds with one stone. Collect ourselves some gems. And collect some juvenile Valakar fangs for Rayari. Atreyu?
I am listening, Commander. How can I help?
Set a course for Aberdeen.
The star map is being updated, sir.
It's been a long time since I've been to Aberdeen. You've got to get 100 plus RMC out of the Halo motherfig. Are you doing the cargo ship and the salvaging, you know, at the same time? Have you brought a salvage ship out there? Not a salvage ship. Or yeah, or a salvage ship or a cargo ship, and then backspaced and then brought the other side of the coin, either the cargo or the salvage ship, and QT'd back to your, you know, your mobile storage base. I don't like the idea of backspacing to get back to a station, but the ability to get a cargo ship, for example, and fly it out somewhere into the, you know, the Halo or wherever, and then backspaced, and then retrieved a salvage ship, and then QT'd to your mobile out there in space storage facility, and then looked for panels or, you know, ore or stuff in that area, and then brought your loads back to your cargo ship. And then when your cargo ship was full, leave your salvage vessel or prospector or whatever in space, jump on your cargo ship, come back, drop off all your cargo, QT back to your salvage vessel. You did that yesterday, Barbelnaf. It's very useful. Fly the Freelancer to the Halo backspace to get the Vulture. I just don't like it. I want to be able to fly my ship out somewhere, have a reliable way of calling for transport back to a station, and by reliable I mean NPC, because players just aren't reliable. Look at this cloud cover on Aberdeen. It's ridiculous. Yeah, like a space Uber. Or, you know, reliable player, you know, beacons, transport beacons. You know, we had transport beacons for a little while, but they never really worked properly. Digital Denizen joining us on the old YouTube. How are you, my friend? Hope you are keeping well. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Hope your week ahead is just as grand. If you're watching on the old YouTube, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, comment, and share. Danny, how are you, my friend? Joining on the old Twitcheroos. You fly off in the Vulture motherfig, fill up on RMC, then backspace to the launcher and catch up with the full Vulture. Like leapfrogging along, hey? It's a good way to do it. Put a nurser in your Freelancer. You are subscribed, Emily. This is your comment. You got no one to share with. Oh boy. I appreciate people watching, hanging out with me, interaction in chat, talking about this ridiculous game. Or use attack, then you don't need the nurser. Yeah, that's true. If you've got a ship that's got a med bed in it. I mean, the storage in the TAC, though, is nowhere near, you know, as grand as it is in the Max. All right, we're under the clouds in Aberdeen, hey? Let's have a look-see. Activate the Toby. Okay, could just be the time of day, the season, where we are on Aberdeen, but it doesn't look as foggy, as soupy as it has to me in the past. Not picking up anything on my scans though. Here we go, something out here. 1,700 and potentially 80. This track is a bit crazy for my likings. Denizen, you enjoy flying mist ships for the novelty of it and not for the functionality. I do enjoy flying this ship. 10,620. I don't think that's a multiple of what we're looking for, but, you know, let's go and investigate anyway. That 11,780 could be. Who knows? Who knows? Me math's not good. Me math's not good. I knew that you would like that track, Rhino. You're into the metal, the heavy music, aren't you? And I don't play the tracks. It's on a playlist. Hard base working, my friend. How are you? A thumb up is enough. It is indeed. It is indeed. It's more than enough. Okay, them's is Rox's. What's that out there, hey? 11,040. You know what I could do is I could put a bunch of questions into Atreyu's memory banks, and I could ask him, is 11,040 gems? And he'll say, according to my databanks, it looks like an entity displaying a RS signature of 11,040 is not gems, sir. Well, actually, it would have to be, yes, it looks like it, sir, or no, I believe that might be or, sir. You've done all the Foxwell missions and not seen one ace pilot yet, Rhino? That's a bit disappointing. I know, Motherfig. How about that, man? When we can change server or pick our own server, then we can leave our ships in space and return whenever we want. I know that's the thing, right? You know, being able to QT to ships is amazing. Now give us the ability to choose which, you know, server we log on to. The way to tell if they're gems is they only show up within 5 kilometers away. Calypsia, that's not always the case. That's not always the case because they've got much larger RS signatures now because the clusters are much larger. So they can display much further away. And everything below 5 kilometers is not always gems. But yes, you are right. Otherwise, if we were flying along and pinging and scanning, anything that is already displayed on our horizon, if something new pops up closer to us, then that will always be gems. But it is possible now to have things pop up on the horizon, like that one out there that's 10 kilometers away, be gems. So, you know, it's worthwhile having a quick spin around, and we'll have a look. This says 9,200, right? If we do a quick calculation, it's not what we're looking for. 9,000 divided by 620 is 8.5. But there will be instances where something might be further away. So it's always worth investigating and checking. $9,920 is 16. Yeah, I used to have a little list, you know, clipped underneath my monitor, but I took it off the other day, and I no longer have my quick reference chart. Motherfig, in the Corsair gems pop up under 3K. Well, that's the same in any ship. In any ship, they'll always do that. No gems on the old Aberdeen. 13,440. Like I said, I don't know if this is just where I am on Aberdeen right now, the time of day, or... But this is not as terrible to fly around as it has been in the past. You actually get a sense of the feel. Oh, the scanners have different ranges now, hey, Motherfig. Look at those rays coming through the cloud. Well, that's interesting to know. It will be nice, and I think we're probably already there. I just don't really pay much of attention to it. For, you know, components to have considerable differences, which they probably do, right? But, you know, I'll never change my components. Bubble Knife, you're over on Ignis, are you? So many on Ignis. That must have been where you were earlier. I was on Ignis, yeah. Almost at a box full. Well, so much for Aberdeen having been, you know, the place, if you can put up with it, to come for Hadanite in the old days. As would be appropriate for this type of planetary surface. We ain't found shit. rock mining on Aberdeen is very sparse. Yeah. Well, we haven't found anything so far. Oh, well, that sort of defeats, you know, my intended plan. Come to Aberdeen to do a bit of rock mining. And as we do our rock mining and stir up the junior Valakar, kill them for their fangs, and then cash in on the Rayari mission. But there's no gemses. No gemses. Alright, let's have a look. Here we go. We'll see what pops up. Might be fighting some Valakar in the dark, hey? Don't like the position of where that is. The old haunts are dead, hey? Long live the new haunts. Yes, if this landing gear was further apart, then you wouldn't get this sort of seesaw behaviour of the ship. What is regolith? I know I've seen a couple of people now mention that. Regolith dot something. Seems to be some tool like UEX Corp or something that I've seen people referring to. Ah, that's the one, regolith.rocks. It's a crazy good site, is a bubble enough. Whoever is behind it is awesome. Hey, actually we probably don't want this. This would be way better. Is it for mining, is it? Or is it a more general sort of site for trading and industry? It's for mining and salvage, is it, Calypsia? Sounds good. Regolith.rocks, hey? Alright, let's see what's out here. A, is this new bag going to be able to extract? And B, oh, I forgot it's very hot here on Aberdeen. Well, I don't think we're dressed appropriately for this environment, but we are close by. And I guess we should set our spawn to the ship, right? We haven't done that yet. It's got tools where you can keep track of your mining runs. Red Monster uses it. Oh, well, maybe he's involved in the development of that, because I know that he's developed his own tools in the past, so maybe he's had something to do with it. That's a long way away. Another place where there's loads of junior Valakar from what I've seen in people's videos is the Hathor locations. But we're trying to... A fracture mode. We're trying to kill a couple of birds with the same stone here. Go do a little bit of rock mining. Stir up some Valakar. And collect ourselves some fangs. If you're doing a big group thing, you can sort out how much people will get paid based on what they did. I like that. Not specifically liking how these nodes are breaking. Little Valakar, where are you? Has anyone tried to fight a Valakar with a rock before? Does the laser have any influence on them? You will laugh and find me if I die from heat. Nah, we're not dying from heat, man. Not gonna happen, eh? Not gonna happen, and shut up your face. Couple of eyes, mate. Oh God, what was that? Can we run them over? Can we run them over? Can we squish crush them? I guess they just bury themselves and run away. I haven't died yet. No, we got heaps of time, man. Plenty of warnings before we dehydrate. Plenty of warnings. Like, our temp is still super low, 37.1. Core temp, that's not a problem. Plus, you know, I jumped on the pledge store last night and I bought the air conditioning mod for the rocks, so that's I installed that just before the stream, so that's going to help. I've got to get the environmental module for the rock too. That adds windows and stuff and adds an atmosphere inside the rock. According to Regolith, Terminus is the Fane Malign honey hole, is it? At 98% Fane Malign, hey? Chunky. We should check out this Regolith site. I think when we go in for a short respite from the heat here on Aberdeen, we'll have a look at this website. We'll have a look at it together. You've got 338 Merc script now, Rhino. That's a good collection of script. It's 50 script per favor, right? So what's that? 6 favors? How much does a favor get you at Wickelos? How many favors do you need? Or I guess my question is, what does 6 favors at Wickelos get you? What I want depends on what I can get. You know, when you go into a lolly shop and you can say, what can I get for 50 cents? And then they'll say, well, you can have 5 of these, or 2 of those, or 1 of that, or 6 of these. They don't ask you, depends on what you want. What I want is what I can get for my 20p. What can I get for my 20p? I don't specifically want anything. I want what 20p will buy me. What have you got? That 20p will buy me. And then I shall make my decision on whether I want any of that stuff or not. Uh-oh. Gotta get aboard the ship. Gotta get aboard the ship. We're losing vision. Alright, let's set our spawn, hey? We'll see if this screen is working now. In this patch, regeneration from the primary residence to the Misk Star Lance attacks. Well, that's a good thing. Transfer imprint to Misk Star Lance attack. Yes. That's working. Current regen location, Misk Star Lance attack. It be working. You remember 20p bought 20 penny sweets? 40 half penny sweets? They were shit. And I remember you'd go down to the shop and 50 cents would get you this fucking massive bag of lollies. But not anymore, ladies and gentlemen. Not anymore. How's bed logging on Planet? Avoid or decent? I do it all the time. All the time. And I have been for patches and patches and patches. Your regens never stick, Rhino. You set it to the Medivac and you get sent to Orison General. Oh, that's not good. Oh well, we set it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, you know. Star Citizen, folks. Maybe we haven't done enough driving yet to stir up a Valakar. I need to do some more positioning. It's been fine for you in the TAC, has it, Astro? That's good to hear. You know what Invictus really needs? You know what they really need on all of the major events? Is dailies. We need dailies. If they had like dailies, then, you know, people would be logging in to do them. When we get to the point where the game can function like an MMO, it's going to be so enjoyable. Log in, do your dailies, do your weeklies. Hang around and do a few extra things if you've got time or want to. It was the music. It would be cool, Calypsia. It would be cool. Actual MMO sort of stuff. Dailies, 10 years away. There's another 10 years of development right there, folks. Whoa. It's a bit chunky. It's a bit chunky. Do we run? Is it going to charge? Are we too close? Is it going to start dropping? Stations in Stanton's don't have XL hangers. That's a bit of a bummer. Saying earlier in the stream I docked my Polaris for the first time. That was super fun. I wonder if docking on the Carrack works now. Probably not. You know, Carrack fits in a large hangar anyway, so there's no need for it to dock, hey? They just give you the large hangar and say, brick and park in there, man. You're not that special, buddy. No Valakar sighting. Maybe they won't attack me if I'm actually in the vehicle. Maybe they're popping their head up and going, oh yeah, no, nobody around, and then, you know, going back in, going back under. It's almost time for another quick trip inside. Get a little bit of respite from the heat. 228 degrees. Brutal. I swear sometimes in summer it feels like it's 228 degrees here. Man, this winter is going to be freezing here. It's only autumn, but yet it's so cold right now at night. Winter is going to be brutal. It's going to be brutal. I've got to find my... I've got my thermal pants, which I've been wearing the last couple of weeks at work. And I've got my thermal top, but I don't know where my thermal beanie is. Like my thermal balaclava thingy, ski mask thing. Alright, whilst we're here, recuperating from the heat, let's have a look how many gems are in the hopper. $197 gems. Let's move one of these boxes a little closer. Do we get snow? Not where I live. In the mountains close to us, near what's it called? Thresher and stuff. Is it Thresher? I think it's Mount Thresher. Which is a couple of hours from us. It snows there. Snows sometimes out near, you know, the Macedon Ranges and stuff, which is about an hour away. Ah, already transferred. Then it's not brutal. Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, last winter, and it's, you know, this year's been way colder. When I'm at work and I'm having ice form on my gloves, that's pretty brutal, man. When you're not able to have dry gloves on because the moisture in the air is just soaking your gloves, and then it's freezing into ice. That's pretty brutal. When it's -2, -3, -4 degrees. We had a couple of those last year. It's brutal. Let's go. Back out. Power! I keep hearing this rumbling sound, which I'm pretty sure is just the music. But I'm like, oh, is that a Valakar popping its head up? You're still in a t-shirt at -4, Rhino? You're a tough man. Tough man you are. No Valakar, man. This is why we're here, man. In the darkness, in the heat. Came here because Rhino said Valakar were everywhere. Haven't seen any. Just one. All we need is one. And they want 25 Valakar fangs? Come on, man. It's almost as bad as the freaking Copions. Oh dear, oh dear. Where are we going? This is not the right way. Excuse me. In the darkness and the heat. Bring on the Valakar. Barbelnath, you've got to take a break for your Sunday dungeon of steep clean. Yes, I've done none of that this weekend. I have done none of that this weekend. Maybe we need to do a couple of laps to see if we can stir ourselves up a Valakar. Let's see. No Valakar. No Valakar.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commander.
Okay.
Is broadcasting an alert.
Barbelnath can't get enough Tim Tam Slams. They've been subscribed for 5 months.
You're a legend. 5 months, Barbelnath. You're a legend, man. Thank you so much, man. I hope you enjoy your dungeon deep clean as much as it can be enjoyed. Thank you for resubscribing, mate. Spending your cash buck dollary dues here on this madness. Let's play sometime. Yes, I will organise some group activities for this coming weekend. Oh, actually, I may not be able to. God damn it. Something always happens, man. Either my tardiness just prevents it from happening, or something is happening on the weekend and I can't stream. I appreciate you, mate. Thank you, Barbelnath. You gotta stop eating at the desk. The ninja's desk is looking absolutely terrible right now, so I think she's gonna get a day or two banned from the computer. I did warn her last week if that she goes to bed with her desk covered in plates and empty Coke cans and stuff, there shall be bans from group chats and from the computer. And she has left it in a state worthy of a little bit of follow-up on the threats of punishment. So oh god, that change in music just then made me freak out. I don't have the music on in the game, so I don't know if there's music that plays when Valakar are about to pop out on top of you. But that little horn sound, boom. I was like, oh crap, what's going on? It's amazing how much of a difference music makes, isn't it? Totally changes the ambience of everything. The mood, the feel. Man, now I just want to log in and do my dailies every day. Having thought about that before and talking about, having for these free fly events and for the in-game, in-game events, free flies specifically. For free flies, they should always have dailies. so that players who are involved in the free fly have something to come back to every day. If they can put up with the bugginess from the first day of their experience of the free fly. I think we might need to duck back inside before we collect this gem. These gems from this node. Temp is getting up there, 39.2 degrees. It's starting to get a little bit hazy in the old vision. And there's so many gems scattered around the place. Not sure how I feel about them. Normally I'd chase them all down, but... Like, this is total combat music right now. This is total, you've just summoned a Valakar and now you've got to fight it, dude. Music. $34 gems. $269 gems so far from this patch. Patcharoo. Got a couple of nodes left to break and some rogue gems to collect. Love this nice big wide ramp on both the Star Lancer, on both the Max and the TAC. I think that nice big wide ramp on the Asgard is going to be amazing. Let's have a look. When's Anvil Day, hey? Event schedule. So we've got another day left for RSI Origin and Argo. Anvil, 23rd and 24th. Attack looks great. Yeah, the Asgard too, yeah, definitely. You're drying off from a little sprinkler party in the backyard. What fun. What fun. Okay, so Anvil is towards the end, hey? It's nothing from Mirai, Misk, or Consolidated Outland that I'm really interested in. So again, the only reason for me to get involved in...
You are fined 1 credit for violation.
The only reason for me to get involved in Invictus Launch Week is if they had dailies, right? Something to log in and do. A couple of short little missions, some quests. Maybe something to do around Art Corp. Maybe some things to deliver to the exhibition hall, to some Kovalex machines in the lobby or something. You know, just some small little tasks to earn a little bit of reputation, to be rewarded with something. You know, for example, complete all of the dailies during the event to get blah blah blah. You know, if you complete 3 dailies during the event, you get this. If you can complete 5 dailies during the event, you get this. If you complete 8 dailies during the event, you get this. And if you complete all 10 dailies during the event, you get this sort of stuff. Turquoise waving hand. Purple blue space. Blue piece. Mr. RPG fans having some fun with the emotes over on the old YouTube. What is going on here? Almost kicking 5 hours. The last couple of hours have gone past pretty quickly. Pretty quickly. Every time the rock crashes into one of these broken nodes and there's that grinding sound, I'm like, yes, the Valakar has arrived. Let's go, little Valakar. I shall fight you. But no. No, little Valakar. Oh my word. It's a bit explodey. Is my body super hot? It is indeed. We are warm, 39.8 degrees right now. It's 227 degrees Celsius here on Aberdeen right now. And we are not dressed appropriately. We're going to have to jump back aboard the ship in a minute to cool down. Yes, Calypsia, a Pembroke suit would be beautiful right now. A little fat man suit. Our little fat man suit. The old Pembroke. Oh, our vision's going now. The vision is going. We're going to start taking some damage soon. We'll break this node, then we'll jump aboard the ship for a little bit. .1 degrees. Oh, we're cooking the rock. We're cooking it. Alright, back aboard the ship. Let's cool down for a little bit. Pretty warm. $27 gems from that little run. They all add up. It's 26 degrees there in South Missouri, is it? 26.11 degrees. 26 degrees is a lovely day. Seems like it should be cooler in the dark. It might be. It might be. Alright. Let's collect up the rest of the bounty. No Valakar, unfortunately. No juvenile Valakar. It's a bit of a bummer. Thought we might stir one up with some rock mining here on Aberdeen. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe we need some more driving around or something. Randomly find people who live near you online. You're both in Missouri, are you? My American geography is not fantastic. Whereabouts is Missouri? Is it in the south? In the center? East, west? It's kinda in the middle. It's nice to be in the middle sometimes. It's in the middle east of the country, is it? Awesome, says Motherfig. He tested his brakes and got some beer. Perfect. The problem with these markers, right, is I don't know how far down that is. And given that it's nighttime, I don't really know if there's a massive hill right next to us. Oh, let's go find out. Oh, yeah. No, okay, wait a minute. Nope. Just a big rock. Alright. I think that's about it, ladies and gentlemen. No juvenile Valakar. We got our gemses. We cleaned up that patch. No Valakar in sight. Let's get that away before we snap that mining arm off. It'd be nice if they had like a boost button in vehicles. Psh.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Like some NOS or something.
Broadcasting an alert.
Motherfig gifted a subscription. Welcome to the After Dark Slams.
Motherfig.
68. Enjoy the Tim Tams.
You legend.
Motherfig gifted a tier 1 sub to our Piegafar 68. They have given 17 gift subs in the channel.
17 gift subs in the channel. Motherfig, thank you so much, mate, for contributing towards the community and the stream here. RPG fan. Welcome to the Crouch Potatoes. Okay, what do we get from this patch? Now,
Broadcasting an alert.
okay.
Our Piegafar 68 in Twitch has broken their Tim Tams into 25 bits.
Hey!
Thanks for sharing.
Thank you, mate, for the 25 bits. RPG fan, you're a legend. Joining the Crouch Potato, then immediately dumping 25 Tim Tam bits on the table. You're a legend. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. All right, so what did we get from that little cluster, hey? So 338. Again, I'm trying to keep in mind that, you know, do these pods have a processing capacity? So, for example, we filled up this pod here. We emptied this pod out and tried to reuse it, and it wouldn't extract anything. it had processed 1,200 gems. Now this pod, which is currently empty, we haven't taken it off, but we've been transferring gems out of it. So, like I said, my hypothesis is that pods are only capable of processing 1,200 gems. Once it's processed 1,200 gems, it becomes scrap. Or, if we don't take the pod off, and we just use it like we've always used them, empty the gems into the backpack, put the gems into a box. Is it capable of processing more than the 1,200 gems that the first pod we used was capable of processing? Or is it simply the case that, you know, they're a consumable unit? You fill it up and then sell the pod. Although I don't know if we can sell the pod. If we could fill the pods up, put them in our warehouse, and then go to a store and say, I want to sell 6 pods. And they say, no problems. This is how much the pods are worth. Cash buck dollary dues. Click yes. Thank you very much. And then they take the gems and the pods, and then I buy new pods. I don't mind if it works like that. It would be real nice to just be able to go there and say, sell this pod, sell this pod, sell this pod. And then it works out how many gems are in those pods and says this is how much money you're going to get paid. Now, given that we weren't able to stir up any Valakar here, I was kind of hoping... Activate cruise control.
Activating cruise control, sir.
I was kind of hoping that we'd be able to come here, do some mining, and whilst we're mining, stir up some Valakar to fight, so that we could collect their fangs at the same time as we're rock mining. But we didn't seem to stir anything up in that patch. And if I'm not stirring up at least 1 or 2 Valakar per patch, I'm not sure if I can be bothered mining here on Aberdeen. Simply because it took us a long time to find that patch. It's hot. It's not my ideal moon for flying around on, although it seems to be better in this patch from a visibility perspective. I'd rather go and mine somewhere else, so being able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone here didn't seem to work out. That's a bummer. So where to? Let's check our map, right? Aberdeen. Let's go have a float around on Idrii. Idrii? Idrii. Let's go! I've never seen any Valakar, but in a couple of the videos that I've watched, some of the Space Tomato streams, where they were doing Hathor missions or, you know, PAF facilities, there seem to be Valakar all over the place at those locations. Idrii. Or Idrii. Idrii, hey? As in Idrii or Idrii. OM4. OM1. Activate cruise control.
Activating cruise control, sir.
Full speed! let's go. Let's see what ITA has to offer. It better be good. See what I did there? Oh, man. See what I did there? Oh, yeah. Off to Daymar, you reckon, Mother Fig? Around the point of interests? That's where we're going to find some Velakar. I can't wait to do this little pod, man. I can't wait to do this pod. I don't think I can go full bore with like triple projectors and a curved wall and, you know, all that sort of stuff. Can I? No, I don't think I can. We'll see. Imagine just a huge projection where I've actually got to look around outside the superstructure that I build my little spaceship in. Rather than just looking at this little screen in front of me, I've actually got to look up and around everywhere. That'd be amazing. How would you guys be able to see all of that? I guess we'd just have that huge display all compressed down into, you know, a flat, you know, vision for you guys, a flat screen for you guys. That would be amazing. ITA. Now, I don't know if I have ever been here before. See, there's no underground facilities or anything like that on any of these moons. All of the combat-related bunkers and stuff are all being based around Hurston, where obviously, for obvious reasons, in ArcCorp, where I started years ago, all of the bunkers were on Walla and Lyria. It would be nice if there were more missions on these outer moons. It's going to be so nice when we can come to a location and look at location-specific missions for that place that you wouldn't know if they were going to be there until you went there. That gives us a purpose to move around. Oh, I'm going to go over to this place and see what missions are available there. Oh, I'm going to go over to this place and see what missions are available there. Kind of like right now we do have some of those missions, like the 890 jump boarding missions, that you can only get those in Microtech or ArcCorp. So if you wanted to do one of those missions, you'd have to travel to that location. But for example, coming here to ITA and being able to say, okay, what missions are available here on ITA for me, I'm not going to know until I get here. I can't wait for that sort of stuff. Have I tried a hangar.link? It's so cool. You can pull out all the ships and compare sizes in your web browser. Well, that's, you know, I've been... Oh, no, I closed it. I do have a JCon we can open up. Let me go to... Yeah, that's what I use to put together all my hangars. All my fleets. Let's go to Star Jump Fleet Viewer. Let's go. Load a file. I have a JCon of the latest fleet. So this is the fleet I'm looking at the moment. So this includes 2 of the packs. The Tycoon pack and the Mega Exploration 2950 pack and a Kraken. And obviously the Polaris is the loaner for the Kraken, and then, you know, all of these other little ships here are loaners for other things. So, you know, for the Valkyrie, for example, this is the Valkyrie because for some reason there's no Asgard on here at the moment. You get a loaner as an F7C, a Super Hornet. For the 600i, you get a 325A loaner. For the Hull C, you get an Arrow loaner. For the Constellation, for the Aquila, these aren't really loaners, but they're listed in the loan matrix as a loaner for these ships. They're more sort of companion snub, the little Merlins. But for the Constellation Aquila, you also get an Ursa Rover as a loaner. There's 2 Starfarers here and 2 Hercules because you get them as loaners for other ships, etc. So yeah, this, you know, Hangar.link is cool. Starfleet is cool. I love it. You want some more missions with storyline, Calypsia? Yeah, 100%. Like overarching storyline for the whole of the game. Well, you know, they're kind of making that up as they go along, really. But more narrative missions, more voice acted missions. I'm loving the stuff so far from you know, Gilly's flight school and stuff. I like the little head that pops up and they're talking to you. I was thinking about making some of that sort of stuff. You know, you can get like these AI programs that you can take a couple of photographs of yourself or somebody else and then animate that, you know, put a script in and animate those images, you know, to talk, right? And then take the screen recording of that and, you know, find another program that would sort of comic book it almost, or make it look like a computer character. And that way I could play different sorts of things on either my Stream Deck or the Rodecaster, and it would open up that little video file and, Crouch, we've got a new mission for you. We desperately needed some new shoes. The folks at Cuddy Blast are offering a deal. Sort of stuff. Whilst we wait for...
Let's do this thing!
For CI... Yeah, it would be cool to do. While we wait for CIG to get around to being able to do some of that stuff. Wow, the atmosphere here is thick and dense and slow. ITA. It is thick here. Oh, we're in SCM mode. That's not going to help. We've got some movement now, ladies and gentlemen. We've got some movement straight into the ground. Activate the Toby. Bit of shale. Igneous deposit. I don't mind this moon. All these spiky rocks, hey? It's just a little pile of boulders. The shadows. There's our sun over here. Let's head this way, hey? Big ship, fast near ground, cool. Low flying big ships is fun. Well, that's the only way. I mean, if we're rock mining, man, we've got to be close to the ground. Calypsy, you weave your Star Lancer around the mountains on Microtech sometimes, just for fun. Now that you can QT marker back, it's made the game better. Oh, exactly, 100%. QTing to ships is huge. What they can do now, what they have the ability to do now, is to give us quantum markers. Just a 1/8 SCU box that we buy and then deploy somewhere, leave somewhere, drop in space, that acts as a ship bound to our account that we can QT back to. And then after a certain amount of time, it despawns. And the amount of time it takes for it to despawn is directly related to how much you spent on it. So you might just want a beacon in space that's only there for 2 hours because you're doing XYZ and ABC, or you've got some friends coming to meet you and you can't wait for them, so you drop a QT marker saying, go to this location and I'll meet you there in half an hour. So that way you can bugger off and do what you're doing while they're organising their faff. And then they QT to that location, you QT to that location, you hook up together and then you disappear. And then that marker despawns. Or you might want a marker that lasts for, 6 hours. So the ability to QT to our ships now, it is not difficult at all for them to be able to make a deployable beacon that's temporarily account bound and thus therefore acts as a ship does and therefore becomes quantum jumpinable. There's nothing that stops them from having an item in game. That's just another rock there. No, it's not. It's hand minables. Oh my god! Totally disorientated myself by looking over my shoulder like that. I was watching an episode. I was watching an episode of Mentor Pilot last night where that exact thing caused an air crash into the ocean. Pitch black, nighttime, pilot got a bit disorientated and banked over and pitched forward straight into the ocean. Doing a maneuver he shouldn't have been doing. Bit of Dolovine. So there we go. If we had a geo, we could jump down there and mine that Dolovine. So as I said earlier on, a couple of hours ago, it still is possible to find hand minables on the surface. They're just rare. They're difficult to find. But if we had a geo, we could drop down there now. Alt 4 would drop our geo's power down into half power or whatever, low power, and we could mine that Dolovine. But not exactly what we're looking for. Nice save, thank you, Calypso. It was super, super close indeed.
Did you know why we drink water? Because we can't eat it.
Gonna get a drink. I really feel like a beer right now. This is one of the things I like about working a night shift. It's 4 o'clock in the morning and I can legitimately have a beer because it is my bedtime. It's my bedtime soon. Well, not soonish. I've got to be up until at least 9. You know what I should enable? Let's do it right now. Hopefully we won't crash into anything. It'll be exciting if we do, though, won't it? Let's check. Ooh, mountains! Mountains! I want to go to... Here we go. External view toggle enabled. Yes. So now when we go out, I should be able to look around. Yeah, sweet. So that way we can put this behind here. We can zoom out. And then theoretically, if I move to the right... Oh, I don't think I've got in-seat positioning active. Yeah, we don't have in-seat positioning active. Go get a beer then. It's true. I think it's necessary. We've got a few choices. We've got a nice hoppy pale ale. We've got a really nice citrusy summer pale ale. That looks like a single rock over there to me. That one right underneath the reticule. Yep. Or we've got a West Coast IPA, big and fruity. Coming in at 7.6% or something like that. I've got to say, I am really enjoying right now just flying around Idrii. Oita and Aita, they both went to the park. They watched the little children play on the swings. God, it'd be nice if there was just things to stumble upon. Settlements, outposts, a mission. You know, what'd be cool is to come across like a ship that's here on the ground, right? It's landed. It's called a distress beacon. Like you would have in many, many other MMOs. When you're in a certain region, things spawn, right? And so after flying around here in this region for X amount of time, and you've covered X amount of distance, or whatever the parameters for spawning that activity are, you know, they can spawn in a mission where relays are dead. Come and help me repair or replace by, you know, repair or replace. That way, you know, you could start carrying around spare equipment, spare bits and pieces, you know, buying, you know, or salvaging, even better, salvaging, you know, quantum drives or stuff like that. Because then you may have the opportunity when you're out exploring, it's a gameplay loop for chance encounters. Somebody says, hey, listen, you know, my ship's dead. Have you got a spare power core? Actually, yeah, I've got one on me. Or, you know, if you give me 10 minutes, I can come back and get one. Okay, be quick. And so now the mission has a countdown timer. You've got to go and find, either buy or find a replacement power core within the time limit. Those chance encounters would be amazing. Not finding a great deal here though. This is a beautiful moon. just want to stumble upon a random encounter. Like, where's the damn random encounter table, man? Let me roll a D66. Kind of want to go mining over in Pyro sometime, Calypsia. It's great, man. Mining in Pyro is absolutely gorgeous. You can't have a beer, RPG fan, in case they need emergency care. Dr. Dad needs a clear head. No, I'm not a doctor, but I am when needed. Listen, kid. If you jump down those stairs, you're not going to get hurt. Watch. Oh, fuck. Oh, see? Go get that a beer. You had great fun on Pyro 4, RPG fan. It's gorgeous. It is beautiful out there. It's beautiful. What is this? Fane malign. That's what we're here for. That's what I came to your moon to collect. I'm gonna take it home. Maybe landing on the gems isn't a great idea. Sort of somewhere in here would be fine. Hang on, I'll be back in a second. I can smell smoke. Fuck. Whoops. Right. I don't know what's going on. There's no smoke in my house, and I can't smell any smoke out there. So if there's smoke in here somewhere, and I can't see it or smell it, I think I've got bigger problems. Fixing up ships will be great. It'd be so cool. So cool. Oh my god, what's happening?
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
We've got a rock at least. Let's go do some rock mining. Who knows what happened? Fine for being a professional streamer. Oh, it's so good. Now I'm in an SE adventure. Exactly. Where are these gems? There they are. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Now the madness begins. Now I send out a beacon. Now I send out a rescue beacon. So hopefully someone else who's flying around doing some rock mining can respond to my chance encounter. This is where a distress beacon would come in handy. Exactly, Calypsia. Exactly. The stream agent went to bed. Someone should wake him up. Amazing. Maybe they've finally caught up with my account and they're like, this guy's not supposed to have a Star Lance attack or a Star Lancer Max, and they've wiped it. Actually, let me check my hangar. That'd be amazing. Oh, that would be absolutely amazing. It's not in my hangar. I don't know why I'm expecting to see it in my hangar. It's not going to be here in my hangar. Oh, I got a UEE training mission. A future Navy pilot t-shirt reward. Yes. More rewards. See, more of that sort of stuff. Come on, CIG. We're at the point now. Playability isn't just stability. That's going to be never-ending for a while as you continue to build your tech stuff. But playability is things to do, a meaning to log in and play the game. Even if it's for half an hour to log in and do my dailies. You know? Give us more things to do that end in rewards. Motherfig's logging back in. He's got his beer. The brakes are working. Let's go. Good old Furphy. Furphy. 100% Victorian hops and malt. Born in Geelong. That's where I was born. Long before Furphy meant tall stories, it meant water tanks made by the Furphy family of Shepparton. To pay our respects to the Furphy family's services to Victorian refreshment, we named this beer, made with 100% Australian and Victorian hops and malt after them. True story. I'm not sure that's a true story, ladies and gentlemen, because according to the Australian vernacular, a Furphy is a tall tale. Ah, that bloke's just telling Furphies. You know, making something up. A little bit of a lie, a little bit of story, a little bit of liberty with the truth. A Furphy. All this talk of beer, hey Slash. That's right. Now we can chill properly, man. Can come get me if you want, Motherfig. I think we're probably going to need a rescue. We've accepted that party invite from Rhino. We could form a rescue party. A rescue squad. Just in case this area of ITER might be a little bit like the Bermuda Triangle and just swallow ships. We'll see what happens if someone gets here. What happens to their ship? I wonder what happened. Now that's how you play Star Citizen. Relax and chill. When I first played, I stressed out a lot. Oh, my ship! But now, dang, my insured ship blinked out. Dang. Oh, well, look, what do we do about it? There's not much I can do about it. I just log back out and log back in. Getting upset about it's only going to be bad for my blood pressure. And I'm an old man, and that's not good. I'm far from being an old man. I'd rather be stupid and happy than pissed off and angry. Oh, Mother Figs joined the party. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You so want one, Slash? But I am not allowed with the medications that I'm on at the moment. So Pepsi Max it is. Well, I don't know if you're not allowed. It's just not advised. It's just not advised. And, you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how much you tell children not to eat worms. They're still going to eat some worms. So I'm just saying. What do my meds say? Make sure you drink plenty of beer. Okay. RPG fan, you feel old. After 50, you feel old. Yeah, well, I'm almost there and I'm feeling old. Does it really say that, Calypsia? What do you think? This is Australia. We have beer with everything. We have beer on our breakfast. When our children are born, the first thing that we do is teach them how to hold a stubby. Stubby is a glass bottle of beer. And then once they can hold a stubby, you know that they're going to have no problems holding a tinny, right? Because tin's much lighter than glass. So if they can hold a stubby, then they can hold a tinny. And then we send them to school with one in their lunch. It's legal here in Australia for kids over 5 to have beer at lunchtime. In fact, in many places, not that long ago actually, it used to be legal to have beer during lunchtime. I guess right now a whole bunch of office workers still do. But I remember my uncle telling me he used to work at one of the Mitsubishi car factory when we grew up in Adelaide. At lunchtime, they'd get a beer allowance from the canteen, and they were allowed to have 2 beers during their lunch break, and then back to work. Slash, you mean I only have 3 heart attacks within a period of 2 days? I'm sure a beer would not hurt. Man, that's brutal. 3 in 2 days. That's called stubbornness, my friend. That's called dedication and commitment. Fortitude and an immense constitution with a certain degree of stubbornness. You drank Killian's Red, you think, when you were here? I've never heard of it. Killian's Red? What does Calypsia say? I can't read that writing. It takes no notes. Oh, in the 1990s? Okay, yeah. Oh, Killian's Irish Red. Yeah. Gotcha. Chad Chest, how are you, my friend? Welcome in on the old Twitcheroo. Thank you for joining us here this evening. Hanging out as we play a little bit of Star Citizen with the rest of the Crouch Potatoes. Well, actually, I'm playing by myself. The rest of the Crouch Potatoes are watching. Although there is a rescue party on the way. Given that ITA seem to have mysteriously gobbled up my ship and pooped me out of the vessel along with my rock. I'm glad I've got my rock, otherwise we'd have nothing to do. But for some reason my rock is here. My ship, which at one point was just over there-ish, is no longer part of the current adventures. Maybe it got eaten by a giant Valakar, I'm not 100% sure. The funny thing is, says Slash, is they don't really know why, as I'm fairly healthy. Well, considering I'm a nerd, but I'm not part cyborg, so that's a win. That's good, man. 3 heart attacks in 2 days is brutal, man. All of these tracks so far for our adventure here on ITA have been amazing. I'm really enjoying this little trip here. Motherfig fell through Orison. The universe is breaking. See, right now I want another chance encounter, man. I want some, like, raiders to come riding over the mountain. Like, that would be epic right now. My ship's gone, I'm deserted, I've been marooned on this planet, and then a bunch of raiders just appear. We'd have a fight, I could steal one of their vehicles and then get out of here. Find a nearby settlement. Convince somebody there that, you know, I need a lift. NPC tells me he needs a whole bunch of things done. But if we can get those done within a certain amount of time, then he'll have extra time to give me a lift, you know, up to Everest Harbour or something. Let's go, adventures. Being stealth to like 900 meters is too good to pass up. That's crazy, man. What did I miss? You're a bit unsure how to melt with the Razor X coming tomorrow? What Razor X? Is there a Razor EX coming? Nice adventure. Any settlements nearby? I don't know. We haven't looked yet. Again, this is another part of the game. You know, I get into these situations all the time, and I'm not one of those people who are like, oh, well, you know, that's backspace or log to menu or whatever. I'm like, how do I find my way out of this situation? And we've had some ridiculous adventures here at After Dark. You know, traipsing through Daymar with a rock in tow for 2 hours to try and find a settlement. Is that it's not easy to navigate on foot. Like, if there was a settlement nearby, let's have a look. We'll check the map. Where am I? Let's go. Again, they've done something to the map, so it kind of looks like I'm inside the moon. They've either increased like the 3D hologram size of the planets and moons as they've been making changes to the star map, or they've done something, but I'm not on the surface anymore. You can kind of see I'm not really on the surface of the moon anymore. I'm sort of couple of 100 meters inside it, which makes navigation slightly frustrating and difficult. So it looks like Woodruff might be somewhat close to me if I'm here on the planet. I'm not 100% sure at this stage how to navigate, right? We can see these dotted lines here. And we can see some bit of information here. 0 degrees by 0.51 degrees, 12.83 GM. That it would, you know, I can't set because I'm not in a ship. I can't set a marker to Woodruff because I need a ship, right?
No time to panic. Start panicking.
Double click the nearest marker. So if we double click that nearest marker, I need a ship for routing. Move view to parent of selected location. Yeah, so navigating on foot is then not something I'm fantastic at. Let's hope you didn't QT into the moon then, Rhino. Find then coast and keep it on your left. That's difficult though, because the distance that you travel is so minute on the map given the size of the planets that it can take a considerable amount of time and distance to determine the movement. Am I moving away from it? Am I moving closer to it? Is it on my left? Is it on my right? It really would be nice if we could have the ability whilst we're on foot or outside of a ship, or have some functionality to be able to navigate on foot. Because then the ridiculous adventures that we get up to here at After Dark could be even more epic. The sun position. I need a tutorial. I know that some people are really good at this, but my brain doesn't work fast enough to be able to understand it without seeing a demonstration of it firsthand. I'm trapped on this moon. I need to get to this location. And outside of, you know, we have haphazardly come across outposts before. And outside of that, this is how I can reliably navigate using the current features of the game. We're not putting power into this rock at all. That's better. So let us say, or let me ask, is the sun always to my north, or to my east, or to my west? What position is the sun? Can't wait to see how I get to an outpost. Yeah, me either. There is a rescue crew on the way. Although I'm not sure how far away they will be, considering one of them just fell through Orison. So if the sun, let's say the sun is always to our north, right? So we can use the sun as a north marker. If this way is north, this way is north. Again, this little arrow here doesn't represent the direction that I'm facing. So if I did go north and followed the sun, we'd sort of be heading in the direction of Woodruff. See, the arrow just always faces up. It doesn't matter which way the map is facing. You always assumed sun rises in the east and sets in the west on all celestial bodies in Star Citizen, but that might not be the case. Rhino and Fig for the Stream Angel Award. Yeah, navigating on foot at this point is difficult. See, because if I knew that this arrow was the direction that I was facing, it would make a huge difference. I know that, you know, I could pretty much go straight, and as I maneuver, I can sort of slowly maneuver towards my destination. But that's not the case. Sadly, it's not the case. You're leaving Crusader at the moment at 30 meters a second. What are you flying, a storm wall? He's in a reclaimer. He's in a reclaimer, of course he is. It's Rhino. Oh, hang on. No, he was doing missions, right? Red level contracts. Solo in a Polaris, I think, or something. So navigation on foot. More locations, more point of interests. Navigation on foot. I want to be able to spend time planet side. I want random encounters. Like downed ships, or ships that have landed and they have some sort of problem and they need repairs or replacement parts. Random bandit, random bandit, a random bandit, hey? Random bandit encounters. There is no rush. I still have quite a lot to break and take, indeed. I wonder what has happened to my ship, though. I wonder if CIG finally caught up with the fact that I'm not supposed to have a Star Lancer Max or a Star Lancer TAC and have removed it from my account. Or if it just despawned and is back at Lawville. But the gems we had in that box. And my P8 I had on the weapon racks. All gone now. But I do like this moon, Ita. I like its ambience. I like its color palette. I like all these spiky rocks everywhere. It's got a nice atmosphere to fly in. I mean, there are mining stations obviously here. There's a compass on the upper left. I know there's a compass up on the upper left, but it doesn't tell... Are you talking about a compass on the star map? Let's have a look. So this is Eta, right? There's a compass on the upper left. On the ROC's console. Indeed, there's a compass on the ROC's console, but there's nothing on the star map that tells me, which direction I'm already facing, and thus therefore which way is north, which way is south, etc. Like Rhino says, there's no north, south, east, or west in Star Citizen. There's nothing here that tells me which way I'm currently facing or my map is facing in order for me to navigate to this point that's not that far away, or this point that's not that far away, to Ryder or Woodruff. There's nothing here that helps me understand my direction or the direction in which I need to travel to get to that location. that I'm aware of. If there is something that I'm missing, please let me know, because then we can be assured of more ridiculous crouch adventures in the future. Let's break that. Are you talking about this ineligible compass thing here? I can't even zoom in on it. Are you talking about this thing up here? I think that's just set dressing, man. Actually, I wonder if we put the mining arm away, if it has a compass rose. No. No. Another area of the good old Star Citizen that needs some attention. Navigation on foot. You know, I guess, you know, again, it's not really something that's in their scope at this point, right? You know, it's a ship-based game. As the whole game is based around ships. Doing stuff to buy more ships. That, the ability to, you just noticed, Skeet Skeet, that it turns when I move. Eclipse wants me to get out of the rock. This is the only way we can get... This is how we've done navigation in the past, is we've gotten out of the rock and that gives us a bearing. And then we can... Because we have a compass. And then we can get out of the rock, get a bearing, get back in the rock and sort of head in that sort of general direction. You're lucky. I'm lucky that Rhino won't tell you where the talk button is. But again, we're still faced with the problem that even though I might be able to... I mean, if we jump out, right? Let's put that away. If we jump out, even though I might be able to get a bearing... even though you can see my compass rose at the top there, even though I might be able to get a bearing, okay, so 0. So this is north this way, right? Okay, so there's the sun. If this is north, this is east, right? So the sun is setting in the east, rising in the west and setting in the east. So now we know that the sun is east, yeah? Right, so now we know the sun is east. Oh, did you see that? There's my vehicle, there's me, right? And as I zoomed out, there was a compass rose. I think it only appears when I'm very, very close. Who else saw that compass rose appear for just a second? Oh, there was a compass. So east, right? So the sun's sort of coming from this direction somewhere. This is east over here. Which means that this is west. This is north. So we kind of want to go northeast, yeah? Or northeast. Is there any coordinates for the settlements? No. You know, like Chad says, north-northeast. Okay, we've made a couple of little breakthroughs. The sun indeed rises in the west and sets in the east. And using that bit of information, we can kind of get at least some idea by zooming out on the star map whereabouts the sun is in relation to our location on the planetary body, and thus therefore derive to some extent an indicative heading to head towards, or indicative heading to venture on. Can I place a ground marker on the settlement? No. That would be lovely. Again, like we were watching in the vehicle Q&A that we were just watching before while I was having my tasty burger. Vehicle gameplay or ground-based gameplay is something that they really need to work on, a lot more. And part of that is navigation. The other challenge is that there's so much ground cover that it makes driving sort of on any of these planets an extreme challenge. The sun is setting. The sun is setting! The rescue crew has arrived. You're in my light, damn it, Hagman. I beg your pardon, sir. But it's Captain Murray. He's poorly, sir. Yeah, you can in stations. Yeah, exactly. When you're on foot and you're in a station, the new mini-map and the routing and all that stuff is amazing. We need that from a vehicle perspective and from a navigation perspective. Being able to travel about. There's nowhere to land. Doesn't the Polaris make its own landing positions? The landing gear is not working. It's going to have to be an improvised exfil. We might have to just put the ramps down, Rhino, and then just hover. I need to get some real-time coordination happening here. Jump into the old Discord. I just want to reiterate the fact that every track so far during our adventure here on Ita has been entirely fitting for the situation. It's almost as if, it's game music, right? We're abandoned, marooned, a massive ship has arrived to save us. like Mother Fig's on the ground. All right, that looks like it. See, even when those tiny little nubbles of the remnants of the nodes knocks you about, why do my sticks not work for driving anymore? He keeps going ass over tit, does he? Look at this. Is that... Hey, look at him! Look at him go! Oh, shit. I'm not sure the Roc's going to be able to make it up this ramp. Huzzah! We're making it! We're making it! No! What the fuck? We're in! Amazing.
No time to panic. Start panicking.
Good evening, Mother Fig. Alright. Where's the hospital? We're having a gunfight on the ship now? Is that what's happening? Hey. Hey! What's going on here? Run! Okay, this is the torp room. I still don't know my way around the Polaris yet. Okay, this is quite clearly an engine room. Oh, I think if I go up this way and go towards the back of the engine room. Maybe not. Yeah, I was trying to spend some time on my Polaris the other night, just trying to learn it. I guess if we head towards Rhino, he's in the bridge, right? Don't understand how people get lost on ships, Calypso. It's a big ship. That's a turret. I think this is the torp room down here, right? Main elevator access. Here we go. We ran right past it. You spent 5 minutes walking around it and memorized the layout, hey? This lift just doesn't work, man. Let me up! Let me up! Ladder room. This could be a bad idea. Aren't you supposed to be in the pilot seat? Alright, so now I kind of know where I am now. The upper deck I've sort of am familiar with now. Sex dungeon, a dance hall. This thing doesn't work, man. Don't these things control turrets? No? Don't touch anything. He noticed I was turning the power to the engines off. It's pretty crazy that in any seat, right? I was watching somebody stream last night. It could have been, yeah, maybe Space Tomato. And they were in a Idris or something. And somebody was in a turret and they turned off the power. And the pilot was like, nobody turned the power off. It's crazy that you can turn the power off from any seat, right? Go downstairs and fire off the torpedoes. Don't, says Rhino. Minimap's gone crazy. Yes, I've got it. I need to spend a little bit more time in my Polaris to, you know, learn its layout. Hangar door's still open. We're on the way back home. We're on the way back home. Got the Red Ranger. At the helm. Taking us back to the place of my birth. With no landing gear. Oh, dear Lord. We've got to jump. When are we getting parachutes, man? Where's my drop geo, motherfig? Where's our drop max? Abandoned ship. It's going to self-destruct. Not sure how I feel about this situation. Let's go. Let's get the rock clear. Mother Vig fell through the ship. $417 gems in the hopper. Let's hide in the corner. What do we do now then? Because, you know, we're in Mother Fig's hangar, right? I can't store my ship in his hangar. Look at him, he's running for his life. He's running for his life. Self-destructive is active. It's going, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a wreck, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a wreck. think I can use the ASOP to store the rock? Yeah, I think you can store your vehicle in other people's hangars, right? As long as nothing else is in the hangar, you can retrieve one of your ships. Let me check the ASOP. You can retrieve one of your ships into someone else's hangar. Or you can store one of your ships. Yeah, see, these are my ships. Or you can store one of your ships like into your hangar while you're in their hangar. Alright, where's the Starlance attack? It's been destroyed! It's been destroyed. Rude. Yeah, we'll try sending my rock down in your hangar, Rhino. The Cuddy Black. Look at that. The Swiss Army knife of Star Citizen. At least I still have it. I do. I don't know why it disappeared. Super weird. So CIG hasn't taken it away from me. Even though I shouldn't have it. I still have it. Oh, excuse me. So we got away with some gems. No Valakar fangs, unfortunately. You think we're getting the Starlancer tack for the free fly motherfig? Isn't the 600i? Oh no, the 600i is the subscriber ship, and everyone gets an Avenger Titan, right? For the free fly. But do they also get tax? Oh, you need to bring a small ship back up, otherwise there'll be no pad. Oh yeah, that's right. Why is it going that way? Come back towards me. Oh no, the old crazy bugs are because of free flow. Ah, yeah, sure, I understand. Yeah, it's crazy that we can't bring an empty pad back up. Like, once you store one ship, the hangar floor doesn't come back up, so someone else can land and then store that ship, and then the hangar comes back up and someone else lands and you can store that ship. When you store a ship, the hangar just stays down. It doesn't come back up until you retrieve another ship, and then that comes up. But now you've got another ship there. How are you supposed to put another ship there to store that ship? It makes no sense. It's a crazy. Why is there a portal to the afterlife? Where have you gone, Motherfig? Are you stuck up on the wall? The mule. Man, I can't wait until we get vehicle elevators. Oh, the cargo lift. Yeah. They've obviously done something with the lighting there. See, now I'll be able to store my rock, but Rhino won't be able to store his mule. I don't know where the rock went. He's going to throw it in. Oh, just. Leave the hangar and come back. I believe the floor comes back when you do that. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. How do you open Inner Thought now? Thank you very much, Rhino. What's into thought is that it's right Alt or Alt F right click, Alt F. Alt F, hey. I need to put some things here into my Herge Quirtler. I need a good old salute. Can add that in. So now we get those in our little favorites. Personal inventory. Oh shit! Oh, we need one for the Stream Angel. It's a reclaimer. A reclaimer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 5 o'clock. 7.5 hours. Thank you, Rhino. Your motherfucker's bored and tired. I think we shall call that our rock mining chill stream for this evening. Ending as it has on many occasions with a rescue. We sold one rock full of gems. We got 400 odd gems in the rock that has hopefully been stored in my warehouse. We didn't find any juvenile Valakars on Aberdeen. We got abandoned on Ita. Let's get that helmet packed away, hey? Yeah, that's better. We got abandoned. Oh, I need some glasses. I need to get some glasses. My ship just up and abandoned me. I know. What are those creatures in Stargate called? The replicators. The replicators took hold of my ship and ate it, or just flew it off, or time warped it into another dimension. It's been absolutely fun. It's super enjoyable. Thank you so much. 21 likes on the old YouTube tonight. That's amazing. Let's see what we can queue up in terms of forwarding on the raid. Let's see what we can do. Raid. All right, we'll forward this on. Thank you to Twisted Pickles for the raid earlier on. Thank you for chilling out with me this evening. It's been wonderful to have your company as we float about in Star Citizen tonight. Whatever you get up to this week, I hope it's wonderful. I will post up on the Discord what is happening. You know, I may be in the UK this weekend, so there may be no streams until I get back. Let's have a look. See. Oh, you know, I'm going to send you back to Hardbase Working. He rated me the other day. You know, he plays Star Citizen in the evening along with other games, but then he normally streams 8 to 9 hours a day. He drives heavy machinery, excavators and stuff like that, and he streams his work days. I managed to drop into one of his streams last week and say howdy as I was on my way to work in the evening. So I'm going to send you back to him. He rated me the other week, so we're gonna send it back. I'm not sure if he's in English tonight, but I guess we'll find out. So we'll cue that up. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been an absolutely wonderful evening. I've really enjoyed just chilling out, doing a little bit of rock mining. We had quite an intense discussion at the beginning of the stream, and then we slowly eased into that chill for the last few hours. It's been absolutely pleasant. All right. 21 scrubs on YouTube. 22 likes now on the old YouTube. Thank you so much. I'm going to send this raid over to Hardbase Working, and I shall catch everyone else on YouTube next time. See that wink? I've got to come up with a way to end the streams.